The Independent Woman. A Billionaire Boss Romance. Misha Quinn. Chapter 1. A ray of sunlight touched Ella's face as she slept on the luxurious double-bed silk sheets. The young woman reached up, brushed curls of curly dark hair from her eyes, squinted, looked directly into the sun, and smiled. She smiled at everything that had been and what awaited her today. A new life, new happiness. It was her happiness with her beloved husband, Graham. Yesterday, their wedding took place. Ella turned to her side and saw the empty bed on Graham's side. Then her eyes darkened, and she realized that all those memories were now in the past. Ella had nothing now. She had no future, no happily married life, and no spouse. So yesterday morning, when the young woman awoke from her first wedding night, Ella saw that the bed was empty. She noticed from the balcony that Graham was getting into the car with his travel bag and driving away. Her husband did not answer her calls or those of his parents or friends. Ella did not know what had happened to him. In addition, she did not understand what had happened to them. Why did Graham leave her like that, alone, right after the wedding? Ella lay back again, staring up at the crisp white ceiling of the room. Where is Graham now? What has happened to him? What should I do now? Indeed, Ella overcame this helplessness and started looking for him. She was his wife, she had the right to know what happened and the problem. She had a right to know. Ella closed her eyes, and before her inner eyes swam images of yesterday. A white limousine was waiting for Ella in the driveway of her house. A young woman was ready to leave. The Empire wedding dress was simple. It was custom-made from the fabric of her mother's wedding dress. The light fabric with a patch of embroidered white roses flowed down Ella's slender body, falling elegantly to her feet. Ballet flats encrusted with sparkling crystals were in the white shoes. The woman's dark curly hair was loose and fell in waves over her shoulders. The thin hoop of the tiara slightly tempered the cascade of thick hair. Ella covered her nails with sheer pink nail polish. Although Ella had forgiven the embellishments that other young women were overly fond of, she now desired to be like a normal bride: pink lips, pink nails, and a white wedding gown. Ella wore a diamond pendant around her neck, a gift from Graham. She did not wear a diamond ring, also a gift from Graham, because she thought wedding bands should be the most important thing in her hands. Instead, Ella turned to her mother. "So, do I look good?" she asked. "You are just beautiful. I always knew you were extraordinary, but now I know that you are a beauty in this dress. And how has this beauty gone unnoticed by men, until now?" replied her mother, looking lovingly at Ella. Ella laughed. "Yes, mother, I was the one who did not notice them. You know, it was recently that books meant a lot more to me than finding romance in real life." Mom sighed and said a little anxiously, I know. Your father and I were worrying a lot, and suddenly, you are getting married. You are all grown up now, my daughter." Mom wiped away the tears that came to her eyes with a handkerchief. Then Ella came up to her and put her arm around her shoulders. "Mom, do not worry. I will be fine. I am so happy. Because Graham is the best man in the world, and he loves me so much." "Yes. However, you are still so inexperienced in relationships. You never know what happens in life. The main thing is to believe in yourself and how we raised you. Stick with your people, those close to you, like your family, friends, and us. Do not forget us, even if you have a man as rich and powerful as your future husband. No one knows how life will go. Well, let us not talk about the realities of life now. I will get your friends. They have been waiting half an hour to see you in your wedding dress." With these words, Ella's mother left the room, and excitedly chirping girls burst through the open door. Several former classmates, a couple of friends from school, and several acquaintances from work. The women surrounded Ella and gasped. She was so beautiful. Ella's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was not used to being praised for her looks. However, only some were genuinely enthusiastic. None of these people around had ever seen Ella so happy before. Women are always in competition with each other. The happiness of the other makes many people jealous, good or bad, and want to prove that I am just as well. Suddenly, a shadow of doubt came over Ella. Ella still did not understand what Graham saw in her. Well, she was so ordinary. She would only wear that dress tonight, and Graham had not seen her in it yet. Ella thought, what if he did not like her style? I mean, he is so precise about everything around him. What if I cannot fit into his lifestyle at all? I do not even know how to drive well. Of course, I have a driver's license, but I still have no car. My driving skills must have almost disappeared. Well, she cannot drive. So, Ella never considered buying a car and living in the city's center. Everything was close by, and to get somewhere far away, the subway or buses were enough for her. Well, and as a last resort, a cab was always close by. And yes, she grew up in an austere environment, and knew little about high society and business etiquette. She needed to learn how to order food in a restaurant. After a couple of minutes, Ella got her high spirits back. She turned to her friends and said, well, look what I have got. She lifted the hem of her dress above the knee and showed them a thin garter with lace. The same band should be thrown to the bridesmaids at weddings to choose who would marry next. Yes, the old beliefs live on today. Ella had read in books that it was the right thing to do, and now she did not mind following the tradition. The girls jumped around her and argued excitedly about who would catch the garter. Ella enjoyed having something to give them such pleasure, and laughed happily with them at the jokes about her. Yes, she is the gray mouse who suddenly gets married first among them. Yes, Ella has such an enviable fiancé. But all negative thoughts immediately disappeared because Ella was so happy, just over the moon. Graham was her first love, and she was marrying him. Ella imagined how they would live in the future. Soon, Ella will rise from her bed in the morning, covered in snow-white silk sheets, throw a peach-colored silk negligee over her bare body, trimmed with the finest lace, and glance back at Graham sleeping peacefully. Then, she will go to the bathroom to wash and tidy herself up. There will be 2 sinks and 2 toilets in the bathroom. Everything will be marble, with gilded faucets and handles on the doors and cabinets. The shower and bathtub will be hidden behind a light, translucent curtain. That is where Ella will go to the shower in the morning, and leave the bathroom for the evening. Then, she will prepare everything for a romantic breakfast for 2, which she will serve to Graham on a silver tray right in bed. He, satisfied, will eat hot croissants and wash them down with freshly squeezed orange juice. After breakfast, they will go to the balcony, and, sitting in their bathrobes and enjoying the beautiful sea view, drink a cup of thick, fragrant coffee. Then, finally, they will spend the day pleasantly worrying about this and that. However, Ella could not imagine what they might do as a married couple. In the evening, Graham would arrange for her to watch a romantic movie in the home theater. Then, after a glass of champagne, they would be returned to the bedroom and made love. Then Graham would fall asleep, satisfied, and Ella would lie there with her eyes open for a long time, thinking of how happy she had become. Dreams, dreams. What comes next? Children, of course. How many will there be? Ella smiled. As many as Graham wants. After all, Graham was such a wealthy man. He would provide for the whole family, and I could concentrate on the children. There could be many children. The young woman could not imagine over 3 children. Yet, acquaintances who would have 4 or more children in the family were outside their social circle. Ella settled on 3 children, and was immediately comfortable within her future family. She thought the eldest would help her raise the youngest, and be her father's favorite. But of course, it would be a boy. The middle child, a girl, would be daddy's spoilsport and mommy's delight. Finally, the youngest, again a boy, would delight everyone around her grandparents, aunts and uncles. Ella's friends still needed to see Graham. Ella had invited no one she knew from her first job at the corporation, which Graham had headed until recently, to the wedding. She left that job because Graham tried to use her as a friend and confidant to discover what was happening at the company when they got to know each other. Ella considered this beneath her dignity, and rejected this type of relationship with him. After that, he repeatedly tried to regain her trust and win her affection. Ella knew now that Graham needed her mental purity and beauty. It turned out that Graham needed Ella so much for her openness and directness that he had not realized how much he had fallen in love with her. However, he never once told her he loved her. Ella remembered her refusal to accept a relationship with Graham in his usual style, one-time meetings as a mistress, and the sudden marriage proposal that followed it all. Graham's marriage proposal and this wedding were in an almost emergency rush. Everything was a real surprise to Ella. Somewhere in her mind, Ella felt doubts that all this was happening to her. So quickly was her wedding day arranged. That was why Ella did not have time to go through the typical stages of a relationship with Graham, that most people who start a family do. If she had this time together, she would gradually get to know Graham and his family and friends, and get their opinion of him. But Ella felt guilty in front of her parents and girlfriends that they had not yet got to know Graham properly. I mean, he is so busy. Ella fought off questions about why she was uncomfortable introducing Graham to Ella's social circle. Yes, Graham met her parents, but also briefly. Everyone understood he was a busy man and had a huge responsibility. No one remembered Graham had resigned from his position and was completely free. It did not seem possible that he had nothing else to do. Indeed, he was working on new projects, looking for another job, or preparing to start his own business. No one could imagine Graham not doing anything right now. Nothing that Ella's acquaintances could think of. Ella thought, of course, that she was just afraid of Graham's reaction to her friends. He was older and more experienced than they were. Somewhere in her mind, Ella was afraid her friends would like him. They are women, not like her. If they want a guy, her friends are not shy, and they look for ways to start a relationship themselves. Yes, they were much more modern than she was. What if Graham also noticed one of them and grew cold toward her? That thing frightened Ella. It never occurred to Ella that he could have chosen any woman in the world but her. However, he picked her, and he even married her. Also, Ella had never been to Graham's house herself. She did not even ask Graham where they would live after the wedding. Somehow, naturally, the subject did not even come up. Ella imagined Graham would show her his house right after marriage. Naive. He was supposed to show her his home before the wedding. Did she imagine they would live in her rented den in a house with no elevator? Such thoughts cannot help Ella be happy today. The young woman needed to do something enjoyable. So Ella packed her things for the road, a small bag of everyday clothes, and chirped to her family and friends. And now, let us hit the road. To happiness. Everyone poured out of the front door of the limousine and their cars in a jolly crowd. Ella got into the limousine with her friends, and the long white car started, swaying slightly on the bumps in the road. The limousine carried Ella to happiness with the man she loved. Graham was already waiting for his bride at the door of the marriage registration hall. It was a civil ceremony, but even that made his knees tingle. Graham and Ella had applied for a state marriage license 2 days earlier. However, the opportunity to perform the wedding ceremony was only 24 hours later, so it was not completed until today. When the payment for the license had to be made, Graham made the payment without question. He did not even ask Ella if she wanted to take part in the payment. It was their ceremony. He feared that if he asked her, she might wish to take part in the other expenses, which he did not intend to report to her at all. One thought kept running through Graham's mind. What am I doing with my life? Is this girl worth what I will offer her? All myself and so much more. I have so many other things besides myself. Who am I? A successful businessman. Is that all I want? Well, other people cannot even dream of that. I achieved everything in life by myself. Why am I so afraid of losing my freedom? However, was this freedom in my past life? Graham thought it was all nerves and worrying about how he was perceived. He worries about whether he is competent enough in the matters he handles business. Perhaps that is why he still did not want to take responsibility for someone else in his personal life. He did not have a steady girlfriend or wife. He did not have pets. He had nothing or anyone who or what would distract him from being successful, as he and many people around him understood it. Now, he was marrying a young woman who could not protect herself. What does she need to protect him from? He cannot tell her that yet, all in good time. Graham awoke from his trance, shook his head, straightened his back, and said to his friend Adam, who had been invited to the wedding as a witness, "You know, it is all so hard. But I can do it, I assure you." Adam, a sturdy-looking young man in an expensive club-style jacket, grinned embarrassedly and patting Graham on the shoulder, replied, "Yes, I have been married before, I know. That is okay, you will get over it too." Graham's mother, a well-groomed older woman, walked up to her son, looked at him carefully and said, "Graham, darling, do not get so excited. It is all just wonderful. You are going to be a married man. Huge, my boy." His mother looked at him with such love and pride that Graham calmed down, put his arm around his mother's shoulders and leaned toward her, saying, "Mom, do not worry. Everything will be fine. I am just getting married for the first time." Mom laughed back. "Yes, I hope it is the last. Your father and I have lived our whole lives together. We wish the same for you. If any difficulties arise, remember that everything is surmountable. Be sure we have to want to be together." All the young people's planned events for the wedding day comprised a marriage registration at City Hall and a dinner at a restaurant. Of course, it was the same restaurant on the bay where Graham had proposed to Ella. It was not even up for discussion. Graham suggested it to Ella, and she happily accepted the dinner arrangement. It was the first thing they decided together about their future life. The couple immediately and mutually agreed that this was the only place to celebrate their important event. The restaurant made reservations right away, and it thrilled Ella. What Ella needed to learn was that it was simple. It cost money, quite a lot. Graham arranged it so that another couple, who had reserved the same date at a restaurant, rescheduled the place of celebration. Despite the high cost, those not-so-young people accepted Graham's offer to move their wedding venue while depositing a large sum of money into their account as a down payment for their new family. Practicality is a characteristic of more mature people, which Graham took advantage of, knowing life. Yes, money solves many things. He knew he was lucky to be in this situation too. He could imagine that if Ella had received such an offer, he would have turned it down. Well, he thought so now. Graham hoped his assumption was correct. However, something inside him was constantly digging him, telling him in a nasty whisper that he was wrong. A quiet, evil voice whispered in Graham's head, Money might mean more to Ella than you think. It might be money or something else, how would you know? You saw Ella only in her well-known environment with her colleagues. And all people there were on the same level of fortune, they have no fortune. Graham's thoughts flew further. What might that something else be, power, fame? Well, time will show. I need to be sure of her. Right now, I am idealizing her a little. Although I must admit, it makes. Immersed in such thoughts, Graham awaited the bride. Finally, the white limousine with the bride pulled up to the City Hall building. Ella's father opened the limo door, and a happy Ella jumped out of the car like a bird of paradise. A smile shone on her face when she saw Graham. He looked a little confused, though he tried to smile. Graham gave Ella his hand, and they walked up the stairs without noticing each other. The ceremony went well. Indeed, there was no long wait. Graham calculated it correctly. A weekday morning in the middle of the week was not crowded with those wishing to hold their wedding ceremony in this palace. The newlyweds' parents looked so happy, as if both couples were married for the second time. Their children are now family. Perhaps there will be grandchildren, which Graham's parents have long wondered about. Their incredibly successful son had finally found a lifemate, and this woman seemed completely unsophisticated but with some principles and dignity from her family. Ella's parents thought Graham had received an extraordinary gift from fate when Ella fell in love with him. Their daughter deserved the best. Their Ella is so good. She would get everything from life that any ordinary woman would want, a loving husband, a stable family and children. They will get grandchildren. Yes, when their children grow up, the focus shifts to grandchildren. That is natural. One of Graham's few business acquaintances was the chief, whom Graham had invited to his wedding. Without the chief, he would not be with Ella now. He had once helped the girl with wise advice on dealing with her difficult situation at work when Graham was their boss. The chief was adamantly against romantic relationships between company employees, which inevitably arose between his colleagues and subordinates. However, because Ella had already quit her position at the firm Graham now owned, they felt safe expressing their feelings to one another. They both regarded the chief as almost the godfather of their relationship. So, the chief watched with a satisfied smile as his former boss got nervous and he was only getting married. The chief had been married for nearly 4 decades. He knew well that everything in married life happens in stages: passion, love, a little weariness from each other, then warm affection. Only with genuine warm appreciation for one's spouse is it possible to live a long married life with one person and be happy. That was the chief's opinion, which was the wish he expressed to them as congratulations on their marriage registration. After the ceremony, they again served the newlyweds a limousine at a restaurant on the bay. The girl awoke from her thoughts and looked around the room. In front of her were her usual clothes, a t-shirt and jeans, sneakers, and a travel bag for her belongings, with her hygiene supplies neatly stacked. Graham had promised Ella a pleasant surprise if the two left right after the wedding, so she had made all these preparations in advance. Ella slipped off the slippery warm sheets onto the white, high-pile carpeted floor, and walked barefoot onto the balcony. Yes, that was how she had seen Graham leave yesterday. A pain of incomprehension and despair pierced her chest. But no. She will not let that pain get the better of her. Something had to be done. Chapter 2. Now the young woman had to decide and act on her own. Ella stood up, grabbed her purse and pulled out her cell phone. In Graham's mother's apartment, the telephone rang. The woman picked up the old-fashioned phone and said in a meaningful tone, "Hello." "Hello, good afternoon, this is Ella." The lady chirped back something like joyful wishes, and Ella had no power to interrupt the flow of joy over the beginning of a new life for the young couple. It was such a pain to listen to. The young woman hurriedly said, "Sorry to bother you, but we must talk about Graham. Do you know where he is?" Graham's mother hesitated and did not answer for a long time. Then she said in a tired voice, "I did not know how your life would start. Ella, it would be best if you came excited to talk to me. This is not a subject for a telephone conversation. I am waiting for you today. Please come to this address. You can write it down. And come as soon as you can." With these words, the older woman dictated her address and said goodbye to Ella. Graham's mother sat tiredly on the sofa after hanging up the receiver. What is up? Graham is missing again. What should she tell this girl, his wife, about Graham? Why did Graham not explain anything about his life to her? Ella stepped out the front door of her house and hailed a cab. Ella nervously twisted the wedding ring on her finger at Graham's mother's house. She could not concentrate, her mind was elsewhere where Graham was. Where was he? She must have an answer now. Otherwise, why else had Graham's mother called her for a private meeting? Ella did not yet know Graham's loved ones at all. It is a strange reason to get to know them better and find Graham missing. If it were not for the tragedy of the situation for Ella as a newlywed, she would have laughed at this turn of events at other times. The cab pulled up to the entrance of a fancy high-rise building on an upscale street near Central Park. A light fabric awning covered the driveway. Ella got out of the cab and saw one house occupant coming to meet her. It was Graham's mother. The woman greeted Ella in a friendly manner, put her arm around her shoulders, and invited her into her apartment. A courteous porter opened the entryway door, and Ella found herself in a spacious lobby, decorated with light marble and gilded statuettes. The door handles and elevator buttons were gilded. Yes, it is a fancy place, Ella thought as she looked back at the entryway door. The young woman was acutely aware of her discrepancy with the surrounding luxury. What can I expect from Graham's mom's apartment? So thought Ella, and her imagination kicked into high gear. Of course, she will serve something on plates of the finest porcelain. She will use cutlery, the purpose of which she will need help to understand. She would be embarrassed, after all. In her family, everyone ate healthy but straightforward food, and, at most, knew how to handle a knife and fork with the required nutrition. Even that was difficult for Ella. For example, Ella had never mastered the art of cutting a chicken leg with a knife and fork. Usually, she used her hands. The crispy chicken leg disappeared from the plate quickly, and the bones went into the garbage. Meanwhile, Graham's mother led Ella into the living room. The apartment was relatively small. There was enough room for a couple of older people, but Ella saw nothing to show whether they had a single guest room. Ella sat down in an armchair by the coffee table, and Graham's mother brought a tray with elegant cups of tea and a handful of cookies. The older woman pronounced contentedly, "Please try my cookies. I baked them myself, from my mom's recipe." Ella took the cookies with her other hand, and the cup on the saucer. The cup treacherously trembled, its edge jingled against the saucer. The girl quickly put the cup back on the table and burst into tears. Graham's mother, who was pouring tea for herself as well, leaned sympathetically toward the weeping woman and said, "Come on, Ella. It is all right, it is all right. Cry, cry. It will get better." Ella wiped away her tears and, still sniffling, asked, "So, what did you want to tell me about Graham? I know nothing about him, where he is, what is wrong with him. Why did he disappear without saying a word? I am his wife." Graham's mother, gripping her cup of tea in the air, replied softly and heartfelt, "Ella dear, my son is not an ordinary person, as you have noticed. Otherwise, you would not have fallen in love with him. You two are clearly extraordinary, or my son would not have chosen you. She continued. With men like him, both joys and worry come to us women. Now you see what it is like to be his wife. He is rich. He is used to having everyone around him obey him. That is the result. He does what he thinks he needs to do, letting no one know where he is, what he is doing, or whom he is spending time with. If you want to live with him, accept the fact that he is thinking only about himself and his goals. He puts us, women, on the back burner. I am used to it, and I do not mind it. He has achieved a lot. He has provided for himself, us, and perhaps your future children. The woman laughed, seeing Ella's embarrassment. Well, do not look at me like that, dear. Of course you will have children. Graham's mother continued. Yes, that is what I was talking about, affluence. Affluence makes a man a despot. Especially if that wealth was given to him before he was married. In your case, that is exactly what it is. I fear you will have to accept that, and wait for him to show up or tell you about him. Ella listened to her mother-in-law, her eyes wide with surprise. She did not interrupt the older woman, for what she said clearly had a place. Ella did not know her husband at all. She had fallen so deeply in love with Graham that the mystery and intrigue of their early meetings had masked his actual character, a man uncompromising in his quest for happiness. The main goal in his life is supremacy over other people. The young woman recalled that former colleagues in the corporation Graham had managed for many years had described him this way. He was beautiful to women, and as a person to men, precisely because he was so sure of his goals. So powerful that others were blown out of his way like airflow from an airplane's jet engine. Yes, Graham knew how to get his way. That is why, in her first difficult situation of not understanding his motive, Ella has to get to know the real him. Although he is not around, and there is no telling when he will return to her, she is his wife and must deal with what her husband is. Ella calmed down and answered her mother-in-law. Yes, you are right. I do not know him yet, and I would appreciate any information you can give me about your son. I want to understand why he did what he did. If there is a good reason, maybe I will forgive him. If there are not, we will have to think about the future without each other. But I love him. I am ready to wait and look for answers to my questions. Thank you if you can help me figure out what he would and would not like. With these words, the women continued to drink tea from the insanely beautiful cups of the expensive tea service. Then Graham's mother asks, looking at Ella with interest. Ella, when will you move into your and Graham's house? What house? Graham did not tell me anything. I thought after we left for our honeymoon trip, we would get an apartment. We will pick one out together. Graham's mother laughed. What is the matter with you, sweetheart? My son already has everything. A house, an apartment, and apartments. He has everything he could want. He did not have family and warmth for it all. Now we have you. So we need to meet where Graham is sure to return, and that is with you. Be prepared that he will surely come back. Graham's mother finished her tea, got up and went to the sideboard. She opened a drawer and took out a bunch of strange-looking keys. The woman turned to Ella, saying, Ella, here is the key to his house. There is a guard, and here are instructions on how to get it off. If you need help, call me when you get there. Ella hesitantly picked up the bundle, which comprised only 3 items, an electronic key, a massive key from some heavy bolt, and a key ring. The woman twisted it all in her hand, and said, Thanks, but I would like to go into Graham's house with someone from his family. Or maybe with one of his friends. Can someone help me open the door there? Yes, of course. I have an idea. Adam can escort you. I will call him, and he will contact you today or tomorrow. Adam will not refuse to help Graham's wife, he is such a lovely young man. The boys have spent much time there, so he knows everything about that house. At this point, Graham's mother hesitated, evidently saying too much. But Ella paid no attention to her words. The young woman was already looking forward to going into her and Graham's house and seeing how her husband had lived before. The women parted with a fond farewell. Chapter 3. Graham, meanwhile, was busy trying to negotiate his fate with the head of the Financial Integrity section of his government's Secret Service. Graham sealed the letter in an envelope and signed it in Ella's name. He put the date on it. He wondered if he should mail the letter, but decided that what he said was so vital that it would be worth arranging for someone to deliver it to Ella. Rising higher and higher in business circles, Graham sometimes encountered people who wanted to circumvent the law and cash in on a particular transaction or contract. Graham had a knack for deftly dodging the need to decide whether to be white or black, to reject outright a person who hinted at something Graham thought was illegal. He felt he had enough of the enormous amount of money by the average man's standards. He did not want more than that. However, not everyone thought so. Some people cannot earn something officially worthy of their knowledge and skills, they overstepped the law. That was the way down the abyss for many. Graham initially avoided circumstances when someone gave him gifts or services, such as signing contracts without delivering their contents, with the income distributed among the conspirators. Or it was possible to make a very innocent profit, to spend company or taxpayer money for personal needs. Then someone had to cover up these transactions or take responsibility for them and become a frontman, on whom all blame would be pinned if there were any legal problems. Graham did not want that reputation and preferred to avoid situations in which he was explicitly or implicitly asked to participate. Once, he met a man who had repeatedly hinted that he could negotiate better terms of contact with a contractor. Graham could not stand it and kicked the man out of his office door. Not physically, of course, but abruptly cut off the conversation on a note like, "You and I will not find common ground on this subject, so we had better say goodbye." The man walked away, his expression of something Graham remembered. It had no irritation, but a slightly slippery expression of satisfaction. It was as if he had expected it to work out this way and be satisfied with something. But why? Was he an idiot? The next day, Graham was invited to the main office of the country's Secret Service. The summons came in the mail, its receipt officially acknowledged, and one of Graham's assistants brought it in, holding it in his hand like a snake ready to bite. Graham's subordinates thought their boss had fallen asleep sometimes. That led to why the Financial Investigation Service was now investigating him. A little worried, Graham went to the office at the address given, and was invited there for an interview with the head of the Financial Crime Prevention Service. Graham opened the office door and stared at the man sitting there. The same man had offered him a reward yesterday for Graham's participation in an illegal bank transaction. "Well, hello there," the man said affably and a little mockingly. "Let us meet under my real name, John Smith." The man stood and reached across the table to shake Graham's hand. Still shaking his head in surprise, Graham stepped to the table and offered his hand. "Now I see why you were smirking like that when you left my office yesterday." Graham laughed. Then he continued.
"Yes, it was a funny conversation."
"It went the way I expected it to. You did not fool me. Welcome to the world of people who obey the law." Graham grumbled a little. He did not like being classified as a priori by someone who could break the law. But what can you do? Does the business world have its prejudices? Someone might always consider him guilty of something. Graham is used to taking responsibility for everything in his company, but has yet to envision cooperating with the government structure. That was precisely what he had been offered, and it was implied that he was still considered guilty of something. After all, no one has made some compromise, either in life or in business. While discussing the details of his cooperation, the thought haunted Graham's mind. What could they charge him if he refused to cooperate? Nothing. Perhaps he was not completely clean about something. However, he could remember nothing that would give these serious people an advantage over him. Even these thoughts that he might have missed something meaningful in his past pressured him so much that Graham agreed to cooperate. Especially since he was required to do little more than report transactions or pending contracts that could harm the country, financial actions on an enormous scale. It was more complex. On the first suspicion of illegal activity by one of his corporation's clients, Graham had to disappear from work and home for a couple of days under the pretext of an urgent personal trip out of state. He spent all that time in a particular service office, working with their financial analysts to trace possible illegal money transfers under fraudulent contracts. When such trips out of town on personal business became a rule, his staff assumed that the boss finally had a steady mistress whom he went to occasionally. It was an insatiable woman. Graham would come to work after such an absence squeezed out like a lemon. Everyone saw it. Even though Graham did not have long-term relationships with women, no matter how attractive they were, his colleagues and subordinates thought he was unhappily in love with the woman he sometimes went to, who sucked out all his energy. Women tried more and more to comfort him and provide this handsome man with a quiet haven in his heart. Graham was playing this game off a lonely, handsome man. He was impressed with it. Why should Graham not? He is playing his man's game, and the mystery in his personal life unintentionally adds to his appeal in his relationships with women. After all, it feels so good to be wanted. With these thoughts in mind, Graham looked at his wedding picture with Ella. Yes, Ella would suffer, but he must do his duty to the country, and he could reveal some of the truth to her. Perhaps someday she will forgive him. Not now. Now Graham must continue the work he began years ago, and this may be his last involvement in special branch operations. He cannot keep putting Ella at risk. She knows nothing of his second life. If it were possible, she would never see the truth. Graham picked up an expensive fountain pen and a piece of paper with his initials watermarked through it. He sat down at the table and wrote, "My dear and beloved Ella, I ask your forgiveness for leaving you like that on our first day together. Forgive me, and forgive me. I had to do precisely that, respecting the interests of a crucial case I was engaged in. Even in such a non-standard situation, I am thinking of you every minute, every moment. It is essential to me you forgive me. To make sure you know, I trust you completely. I am leaving my possessions and money for you. I am compelled to do so, and it torments me. What I would like to ask you to do is a great responsibility. It is impossible to escape the situation I find myself in otherwise. I am doing fine. I think nothing is wrong. But I must complete that important thing, and I will do it. Do you remember how you said you believed I could do anything, starting with the fact that I could be an entrepreneur? I became one long ago, only if I could be in my former position. Now you can learn how to manage our money and property together, so that you will always be confident. You do not need to understand that. You are so beautiful and intelligent, you can handle anything. You are my love. I never told you how much I love you. Now, I regret it bitterly. We men are not used to expressing our feelings in words. So now I am making up for it. I love you, my dear Ella. With love, kiss and hug from your husband, Graham." Chapter 4. Ella returned to her apartment and returned her things to her closet shelves. This was Graham's house. This was their home. So, she decided to live here from this day forward. That is how sad her family life began. Nothing, she will mend her ways. You have to believe that Graham had an excellent reason for leaving so abruptly, and not leaving her even the most straightforward message.
Honey, I love you.
Then things would be much easier to take. But it forces the husband to go away, and the wife will go about her business as if she knows exactly when he will return. Then she knew everything would be all right. Ella knew nothing except that she did not know her husband. So she was still determining what she would do tomorrow. The cell phone rang. Ella immediately answered the phone, seeing an unknown number on display. Would you happen to know the news about Graham? Adam, a friend of Graham's, called. Hi, how are you? Ella replied. Hi, thanks, I am fine considering the situation. You know, of course, that Graham is gone. Adam was quiet for a while and then answered. Yes, I know. I am calm because it happened before, and he always returns. You do not have to worry too much about that. Of course, it is strange that he disappeared right after your wedding, but other than that, I think everything will be all right. You have to wait for him. Ella listened to Adam's calm voice and wished that Graham would sit beside her and talk to her, not Adam. Adam was his friend. And like all men, they would defend their freedom of decision and coax women to accept the consequences of such decisions and actions. Men did everything correctly, and only women knew acutely that certain aspects of life with men were wrong. Ella will not accept her situation as the norm. The woman responded to Adam in a harsh tone of voice. Yes, I understand he is probably fine. But I am not. Then she softened and said more calmly. Okay, Adam, I am sorry. Of course, thanks to the words of comfort, I am just a little out of sorts. How about tomorrow? Can you and I see Adam's house? I mean our house. I have keys but do not know how to use them. Adam replied. Of course, Ella. You do not think I am calling just because I want to justify Graham's actions, he said sarcastically. Let me come to your place tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Let us go out for dinner. You are welcome. Ella answered calmly. Thank you, yes, that is fine. 3 o'clock tomorrow, then. See you, Adam. Bye, see you later, he said. Adam hung up first. Ella got at least something to think about before tomorrow, other than Graham. Their house was waiting for her. What was it like? The next day, Adam was in front of Ella's house at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The woman went downstairs and saw Adam's fancy car, then him. He got out of the car, took off his sunglasses, and held out his hand to say hello. Ella sluggishly responded to his handshake and sat silently in the car. They barely spoke before they arrived at the site. Graham's house stood at the top of the hill, surrounded by pine trees. The front lawn was carefully manicured. A sandy path led up to the house, turning into an asphalt driveway. The house itself faced white stone. The columns of the main entrance's canopy gave the whole structure a very bourgeois look. No fence was around the property, but some low conifers were planted there. The perfectly even carpet of cut grass contrasted nicely with the driveway's red gravel and the house's white walls. Ella got out of the car first and stood looking at the mansion. Adam approached her and waited for Ella to speak to him first. Unfortunately, the young woman was lost in her thoughts, and Adam was the first to break the silence. You have never been to Graham's house, have you? He asked with interest. Yes, never. Now I am going there for the first time. And alone. Ella answered. Adam moved a little away from Ella. She noticed this and said embarrassedly,
Alone.
I mean without Graham. Come with me, of course. Ella pressed her lips together with determination, opened her purse, and took out her house keys. Here are the keys. Please show me how to use them. There is also the security system code. Do not be embarrassed. I was told it was easy to change. I will do it later. Right now, I just need to get inside and see where Graham and I would live. Together. Adam took the keys from Ella's hand, dabbing at her fingers. It was as if the woman did not even notice it, absorbed in her impressions of the house and her experiences. The man went to the door and applied the electronic key to the metal panel of the door. The massive door opened ajar. Adam pulled it further outward and gestured for Ella to come inside. Ella strolled into the hallway of the house. It was spacious. A wide aisle led to the left and right of the front door, and across the hall was a broad curving line of stairs that led smoothly to the top floor. Ella went straight up those stairs. Something was calling her right up there. She saw a corridor on the top floor with massive doors. The woman opened one of them. A large room opened before her. Its windows were covered with blinds. It was Graham's bedroom. Their bedroom. The bedroom had access to a balcony, a bathroom, and an expansive walk-in closet. On the other side of the upper floor were a couple more doors, probably guest rooms and a nursery. Kids' room. It is not as if he has kids. Why would I think that? Rattled in Ella's head. The woman looked around and returned to the hall, where Adam awaited her. He did not go to accompany Ella around the house, after all. Ella did not invite him along. Adam watched the young woman walk down the stairs and back into the hall. His expression was exciting. So, how do you like the house? He asked. Ella replied. Yes, it is impressive. But I have not seen if there is an office yet. Adam said. Of course there is. Let us go see it together. Adam pointed invitingly toward one of the dark, massive hall doors. The young people came to the door. Ella resolutely opened it and saw a dark office dominated by a massive wooden desk and a leather armchair with a high carved back. A couple more comfortable-looking leather armchairs and a coffee table were placed at the side of the desk. Heavy green curtains almost wholly hid the windows of the study. Tranquility and security seemed to reign here. Glass-covered bookshelves occupied the whole wall behind the desk, filled with some volumes of books, with plenty of gold embossing on the spines. Ella suddenly felt that she was insignificant compared to the house's splendor. She returned to the lobby, and her gaze fell on Adam, who was already waiting for her, waving his car keys impatiently. Shall we go? Adam asked her. Ella looked at him in surprise. Where to? This is my home. I have to get settled here now. Adam looked at her in surprise too. But you thought a minute ago that this was all too much for you, right? Are you going to live here without Graham? Ella stood up, looked around again, and answered decisively. Yes, I will live here. Without Graham. When he comes back, it will be the way he likes. And the way I want it to be. Adam was embarrassed and quickly corrected himself. I am sorry. Of course you are married. The woman stood at the door and said politely. Adam, thank you for your help. I appreciate it, but I want to be here alone right now. I will see you as soon as I figure out what to do next with all this. And thank you in advance for your continued help. Adam shrugged, walked out the house's front door, turned around, and said goodbye to Ella. The young woman closed the door behind him and stood by it, leaning against it and closing her eyes. Chapter 5. That evening, Ella was in for a surprise. She moved her things to Graham's house no sooner than her cell phone rang. The woman frantically snatched the device from her bag, hoping it was Graham calling. But no. The unfamiliar voice of a man who introduced himself as Graham's lawyer sounded on the telephone. In Ella's request to say something about the reason for the meeting, he said only they needed to discuss important matters relating to her husband. That was all. They met in an hour at Graham's mansion. At the appointed time, the doorbell rang. Ella opened the door. On the doorstep of her house, Graham's house to be exact, stood a short, worn, middle-aged man dressed in a fine gray business suit. He was perfectly shaven, with gray hair already quite gray, and round, dark metal-rimmed glasses. "Mrs. Anderson, nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is James Smith, and I represent Mr. Anderson." Ella's legs buckled, and she retreated down the hall, stumbled over the back of the sofa, and sat down on it. A man entered the hall, without waiting for an invitation. He was familiar with the place. He did not even look at the decorations, and went to business. Still sitting on the back of the couch, Ella watched as the man headed straight for Graham's office. And she followed him into the office, and stood at the door. Mr. Smith was comfortably seated in Graham's chair, which struck her even more. He was at home here, and she, Graham's wife, felt like a guest in her husband's house. The young woman pulled herself together, though, and asked calmly enough. "What do you mean, can you imagine? Why did Graham not show up here if he was already divorcing me? Where has he gone? Why is he not answering my calls? Could you answer these questions, please?" Ella's voice was so desperate that even the lawyer, who had dealt with various clients, softened. "Mrs. Anderson, do not worry so much. Nobody is divorcing you. Mr. Anderson is fine. Unfortunately, he cannot be involved in the case. So, he has instructed me to do what I must." Ella was still looking at the man in the gray suit, incomprehensibly. The young woman thought, "I do not understand. How could he leave me like this after the wedding, and now you are talking to me as if everything happening now is the norm?" Ella got up from the arm of her chair. She turned to leave, all shaking with anger. Mr. Smith stood up, opened a cabinet in the wall, and glasses, a bottle of wine, and a carafe of water appeared on the table. Ella, confused, sat down again, and looking at Smith, drawled, "Well, if Graham will not or cannot talk to me, let us talk to you. After all, I am Mrs. Anderson now, and I have to live up to my husband. I have to be like him in everything, even in taking such blows as being without him on the first day of my marriage." The lawyer stood up in his chair and looked at Ella with interest. "Well done. I did not expect you to pull yourself together so quickly. Forgive me for my doubts, but your situation is quite unusual." The young woman took the glass of water, put her 2 hands around it to hide the trembling of her hands, and deliberately watched the water sparkling in the mirror in the sunlight coming in from behind the curtain of the office. Then Ella said in a sarcastic tone, "Well, I am ready to hear you out. What is it that Graham, my husband who has absconded to an unknown destination, wants to discuss with me with your help?" The lawyer leaned back in his chair, took his mineral water glass in his hand, and twirling it, and admiring the sparks of light bouncing off its facets, said, "Mr. Anderson, Graham Michael Anderson has appointed you as trustee with the power to manage and dispose of his entire estate." Ella spilled water on her hand. A splash of water flew onto her lap, onto the chair. Ella jumped up, and the glass fell from her hands onto the carpet. Ella picked it up, placed it on the table, sat in her chair, and said quietly but indignantly, staring at the lawyer, "What kind of joke is this? He left me alone, and you are making fun of me. I do not believe it." The lawyer looked at her, and said, I understand your anger, Mrs. Anderson. However, if I were you, I would familiarize myself with the documents first. With these words, the man put a briefcase of delicate, expensive leather on Graham's desk and took out an envelope tightly packed with papers. Ella looked at the pile of documents, not understanding anything. In her head was a storm of thoughts. I will sign nothing here. Graham did not even decide to attend such a business meeting with me. Instead, he sent a lawyer to talk to me, his wife. Graham is divorcing me. My God, why am I in such agony? I love him. Why is he tormenting me? The lawyer continued to rummage through his papers, and pulling out one document, held it up.
Here, I found it.
This is a power of attorney in your name, Mrs. Anderson. All of Mr. Anderson's property, and all monetary, tangible, and intangible rights and assets, are now administered by his wife, by you. The power of attorney is effective, as of today. You will review the list of assets, bank accounts, and investment accounts tomorrow. We will start first thing in the morning. Come to my office just across the street from here, and we will get started. The man rummaged through his jacket pockets and pulled out a business card. Here is my business card, by the way. We had such an emotional conversation that I forgot to give you my business card. You will find my office address and phone numbers on it. Would tomorrow at 9:00 be good for you? The young woman walked over to the table, took the business card from Smith's hand with her still trembling hand, and answered slowly. Yes, everything fits me. Everything fits. I am Mrs. Anderson. If Graham, Mr. Anderson, wants me to come and see you tomorrow. Let me go now. I need to come to my senses. The man looked at her with a bit of surprise and replied respectfully. Of course, of course. I did not think this news would excite you so much. Mr. Anderson asked only to inform you of everything he has decided, and the size and type of his estate. I thought you knew everything, and we will be here tomorrow to observe the formalities. This case is a little more complicated than I thought. That is all right. Yes, here is a letter from Mr. Anderson addressed to you personally. With these words, the man handed Ella a sealed envelope. Mr. Anderson has asked that it be delivered with the power of attorney. Please read his letter before we execute your further credentials. And I am sorry to have caused you so much trouble. Ella jumped up from her chair and almost shouted in despair. And how did he order you to do all this? Did he come to you personally? When? The lawyer stood up from the table and, raising his hands in feigned horror, said conciliatorily, Calm down, young lady, calm down. I have not seen him in over a month, Mrs. Anderson. I have received his orders from a notary, and based on that, I am acting in his interest. And, of course, I have a contract with him. Well, my firm. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you anything but that. With these words, the man in the gray suit rose from his chair, gathered his papers into his briefcase, and this time, already extended his hand to Ella for a farewell handshake. Ella gave him her hand. His hand was hard and cold as ice, hers was hot but weak. The young woman lowered her head, crossed her arms over her chest, and remained seated in her office. Finally, the lawyer left the office, slamming the house's front door behind him. Ella was still sitting in the study, without energy. Then she suddenly remembered that her mother-in-law had not said that Graham loved her, but that he had chosen her. He had never once confessed his love to her, and then there was this. Ella burst into tears in her voice. However, Graham's letter was still in her hands. Ella finally opened the envelope and read the letter. Tears rolled from her eyes again as she read what Graham had written to her. He loved her, after all. He loved her. Despite his strange act, Ella felt relieved that everything else was relegated to the background. If he wants that, she will take care of his business as best she can. So, she would wait for him. Chapter 6. The next day, Ella got up early, at 5 o'clock in the morning, and carefully cleaned herself up. She did not want to return to the world of formal business suits, but she had no choice now. The young woman took the only jacket left from her last job out of the closet, put on dark-colored jeans, and grabbed the strictest purses. But she had nothing else. All her recent clothes were in a simple, casual style, which was inappropriate for the business meeting she was expecting today. Ella threw on her jacket, went outside, and hailed a cab. Then, she headed downtown to the office of the law firm that handled Graham's business. The young woman arrived early for the meeting. She had the corporate habit of attending important business meetings, and even more so, to the management at least 15 minutes in advance. Ella arrived at the address Graham's lawyer had given her by cab. The woman entered the reception area of the law firm. A friendly beauty stood behind the rounded counter, trimmed with steel and glass. Yes, many people surround themselves with beauty these days. It does not matter that some of them know nothing about the case assigned to them. The main thing to present to the visitors is that this firm can afford to pay for such beauty, at least for the most specific duties. If the pretty young woman turns out to be wise, she will move forward. If not, it is her fault. Eventually, she will be fired. Remembering that you should always be friends with the assistant bosses, Ella overcame herself, with a friendly smile, said hello to the young woman at the desk, and asked how she could find Mr. Smith. The woman smiled back dazzlingly and said, significantly, "Yes, you must be Mrs. Anderson.
Mr. Smith is waiting for you. I will take you to him."
Then she headed toward the back of the office, down a long corridor. Then, finally, this young woman accompanied Ella and opened one door, inviting Ella in. In the room, the gentleman in the gray suit, James Smith, was already walking toward Ella. They said hello, and Mr. Smith invited Ella to sit at the long oval table in the dark lacquered wood. Ella chose a seat on the table's edge, closer to the entrance. She was about to sit down, but the lawyer kindly gestured to the seat at the head of the table. Ella hesitantly walked over there and sat on the edge of the chair. The chair was not a swivel on wheels but made of natural solid wood, with a seat covered in dark, expensive leather with stitching. Everything in the lawyer's office radiated integrity and the highest quality. Ella suddenly thought she would be entrusted with her husband's entire fortune. How could he trust her if he did not know where Graham was, and why he had disappeared? Then a stack of papers was brought in, and the lawyer and a couple of assistants seemed to sink their eyes into the documents, glancing testingly at Ella occasionally. The young woman waited patiently for them to be ready to explain something about the case that had brought her here. Finally, Mr. Smith gathered all the papers, tapped them on the table, gathered them into a neat stack, and moved closer to Ella. "Well, let us get acquainted with your fortune," he said critically. "With this power of attorney, Mr. Graham Anderson grants you, as his only legitimate wife, the entirety of his estate. You may read the list of what you are to administer." The man pulled out a list with a long list of some items, and kindly asked Ella, "Are you going to read it yourself, or should I help you figure it out?" Ella took the list and looked at the first page, littered with long names of some investment funds, joint stock companies, real estate, and bank accounts. She asked confused, "Am I going to deal with this on my own?" The lawyer replied, "Of course not. Mr. Anderson gives you the right to choose your personal assistant or ask for help from his cronies who are familiar with his business." Ella said in surprise, "I did not think he had. We had so much stuff. I thought he had left his executive position with a couple or 3 million saved up, and bought himself a house in the suburbs, or apartments, for the future as an investment. However, to have so much. Of course I will need help. I do not have any experience with such big numbers. Mr. Smith stared at Ella and said, Mrs. Anderson, we will give you all the help you need. Anything you wish. Our services are included in the contract with Mr. Anderson, and if you wish, we will extend it until you are completely up to speed. Ella then questioned Mr. Smith about the details of each entry on that long list, and the time until evening flew by like an hour. Ella came out of the lawyer's office at a complete loss. How many things would she have to do? What an enormous responsibility to Graham and his family for all of it. Why was he not with her? She needed him so much. Back at Graham's mansion, the woman collapsed on the bed and fell asleep without undressing. Her head shut off. Ella could not cope with so much important information at once. Well, tomorrow would be a new day and new challenges. For now, sleep, sleep, sleep. Chapter 7. Ella sat in Graham's private office and read the contracts he managed. Now she was. The lawyers had already explained to her the main points of each contract. Thus now Ella had to form her own opinion about each deal she would have to deal with. For example, a specialist from the bank handled the stock and fund investments. Ella had to approve his decisions every time the transactions exceeded $10,000. Specialists made dozens of such deals a week. As a result, Ella wholly lost track of what was going on, and she had to entrust these transactions directly to that bank specialist. Ella assigned one of Graham's assistants to check his actions to ensure reliable control. Only then would all the information be sent to her. Ella narrowed the channel for information, and experts in the relevant field had already handled what came to her. Otherwise, Ella would not have been able to cope with cases of the scale that were the management of Graham's condition. Ella still did not feel like Graham's wife. Yes, technically everything was all right. But that her husband was absent, and she had no contact with him, was infuriating to Ella. So when she went to his office and sat in Graham's favorite worn deep brown leather chair, the young woman felt an enormous responsibility weighing her shoulders. However, daily, the financial issues became more transparent and precise. Courses were offered for Ella on how to work with investment portfolios. The woman listened hard to the explanations of various terms, looked at complex charts, and tried to make her own decisions. She then checked with a mentor who specialized in investing. At first, these tasks drove Ella crazy. It seemed impossible for her to manage such accounts. Ella wanted to get a return on her investment right away. Unfortunately, when Ella made her own decisions about which of the listed stocks to buy, when to buy, at what price, and when to sell, most of the time, she lost money on these transactions. When the investment professional did, however, many things worked out well. Of course, no one could outplay the stock market. Still, an expert in such transactions could place money profitably enough to make a profit after a certain period. Ella realized she should take time with investment decisions. Neither should she rush into decisions about withdrawing money from investments. But it was also essential to take away her excitement as a player in the stock market and entrust these transactions to specialists. Also, to monitor them daily. She just had to be aware of what was happening with the money and other assets entrusted to her, and decide only on significant events. Which, fortunately, had not yet happened. Ella was terrified of the responsibility of assets when she imagined their size and what the average person could buy with those funds. However, after learning about the practical management of such help, she realized even though vast sums of money are easy to spend, Still, it is difficult to earn and adequately dispose of them. Graham had amassed an enormous fortune, precisely by adequately managing the investment of the money he earned. That kept Ella going. She realized that what she was going through now, Graham needed. Sometimes, the woman would hate the whole situation with the responsibility that had fallen on her. Then she would calm down, when, after many mistakes, she would finally start doing something right and see the positive results of her decisions. On one such day, Ella met again with Adam, who had come to Graham's mansion on business. Ella opened the door for him and said in a slightly joking tone, "Welcome back to this house. Now I know how to use the keys and many other things here." Adam entered the mansion's lobby less confidently than when he showed Ella the house. Ella, the property owner, lived here. The man looked around. Nothing seemed to have changed in the hall except the potted fresh flowers on the table. It added some warmth to Graham's former bachelor hideaway. Ella noticed Adam was a little embarrassed and encouraged him. "Well, come on in. Would you like some coffee?" They went into the kitchen, which was enormous and packed with a variety of state-of-the-art appliances. The countertops in the kitchen were light gray and made of polished natural granite. The kitchen cabinets were lavishly fitted with Provence-style glass doors, which gave this entire splendor a light and cozy feel. Adam looked around in surprise and asked, "It is so clean. Have you hired a cleaner yet?" "No, I do everything myself. I enjoy cleaning up here. While I live alone, few visit my parents or Graham's parents. When Graham returns, we will see if we need to hire someone to clean. Of course, there is so much space and it takes time. And I like tidy space around me." "Yes, it is noticeable," Adam muttered. Ella served him a cup of coffee and cream. Adam, taking the cup of coffee from her hands, asked, "Well, how are you doing with the rest? Graham must have given you some allowance, mustn't he? Or are you still working at your old job?" "No, I only do Graham's business," Ella replied. "How is that?" Adam stared at her. "You are running his business? You do not know nothing about them. It is a whole other area." "Yeah, I know nothing. Yet. I am learning. After all, Graham left all the rights to manage his fortune to me," she said. Adam stared at her with his mouth hanging open in amazement. "What do you mean? Shall you run all his business? How? You are the one who..." Ella looked at Adam in surprise and scrutiny. She was uncomfortably prickled because he would let her know that this house, like Graham's whole fortune, and she were no match. She guessed many people would react the same way when she had to get into Graham's business, instead of practicing, as she is now. "Well, we will have to get used to it." The young woman stood up, walked around the kitchen for a while, turned to the man, and said quietly and calmly, "It is okay, I understand. I am different. I am not like Graham. He wants me to handle his business, and I am preparing for it. Yes, that is right. I am so ordinary and inexperienced. He has entrusted me to be his fiduciary, with the power to dispose of all his fortunes. I can handle it. I hope you will help me too, at least sometimes." Adam woke up from his surprise and intoned, "Yeah, sure, I will help you. I did not know Graham would be such a freak. I am sorry he will choose you, even though you have no experience. He used to trust me with everything, while he was away. Well, not by proxy, but just promptly. He seemed to be satisfied. Now he has you. Of course, an official wife is more reliable than a friend or subordinate. Please do not mind what I am mumbling now. It is just a thought aloud, hoping to find I did not mean to hurt your feelings. But you know you cannot do it alone." Adam looked at Ella questioningly, and with some hope of finding confirmation for his words. The woman looked up at him, tilted her head slightly, and shook her wavy mop of hair stubbornly. I can do it. If Graham believes in me, I can do anything. The main thing is to get him back as soon as possible. Adam paced the kitchen. He was torn between his hopes of managing Graham's affairs and his disgust at obeying a brat who thought she could handle big money without training. Adam wondered how to get around all these obstacles. Finally, he realized he had no choice but to accept her offer and help Ella sort things out. Then he would see if some window might open for his promotion. He knew how to influence them. It escalated into the same perpetual competition he had with Graham, who had always gotten the best of everything, leaving Adam and the other men in his entourage with scraps. No one could understand what Graham had found in this young, inexperienced woman. She was not model-like at all, so. Nothing outstanding. In addition, she could not lie at all. Not yet. Alternatively, did he think so? Well, let us get to work. Adam finally stopped, clapped his hand firmly on the countertop and continued with a chuckle, let us start right now. If you want help, give me cases to work with. Since you have all the responsibility, all we Graham employees have to do is obey. Ella needed to find out if it was a joke, his tone and words. The woman answered thoughtfully. Well done, Adam. It is good that we understand each other. We will certainly find common ground with you, and not just in opening the front doors. They laughed, and the conversation flowed much more quickly. Each of them decided what role they would play in their future communication. Ella is the boss, and Adam is the subordinate. But of course, if he wants to keep it that way, he will be patient and see what he can squeeze out of a situation where you have a boss like Ella, who is entirely inexperienced. It can be both funny and dangerous. And profitable. Adam was digesting the conversation with Ella back at his house. He was deeply hurt that Graham had not left it up to him, his best friend, to run into his affairs this time. Graham now has this wife, who knows nothing about finances but takes the lead because Graham has so decreed. Well, let us see how she manages the fortune. She will have everything stolen from her. Here, Adam thought more deeply. Who is going to steal it? Him? No, that is criminal. He does not want it. He wants to get everything he thinks he deserves more than Graham. Now he knows how to do it. The main thing is to keep Graham away as long as possible. Chapter 8. Graham looked out the window of the basement room where he spent his days and nights. This was the center for processing information from all over the world. But first, he had to make sense of the complex bank transactions and the contracts that accompanied them. This work took up a lot of time and energy. So sometimes, he would go out to a small room equipped with exercise equipment and blow off steam there, squeezing all the strength physically out of his body. It helped relieve the tension. However, thoughts of Ella he could not get out of his head, loading his muscles. Graham glanced at the only picture on his cell phone of him and Ella, taken at their wedding. They both looked so happy. Where had it all gone? Was it his fault for pushing away the one woman he wanted to be with for the first time in his life, to love her, to touch her face and lips, to enjoy her rapt gaze as she looked at him? Graham felt guilty about what he had done. But at least temporarily, many things must be parted with to return to them and experience the thrill of possession more fully. He is a man who understands the world of actions when something must be sacrificed to achieve a greater goal. However, would Ella understand the need for such sacrifices? How is she doing? Is she up to the tasks she has been given? Who is helping her? On another attack of such anxiety, Graham realized it was preventing him from concentrating on his work and found out how Ella was doing. The following day, Graham drove the old, inconspicuous gray wreck he had bought for a bit of money downtown. He parked on the opposite side of the road, a little away from the entrance to his company building. So he waited. The clock showed 7:45, and then a young woman, wearing jeans and a light blazer, with a bag on her belt slung over her shoulder, stepped out of the nearest subway exit into the street. She hurried toward the entrance of the building. Graham froze, huddled in the seat of his car. Ella was not looking around. She walked briskly, gazing ahead of her, and holding the strap of her bag with her hand. The flaps of her blazer fluttered in the light breeze, and the woman's lush hair shimmered bronze in the morning sun. Ella did not seem upset. She was focused and seemed as compressed as a coiled spring. She was ready for a fight. A fight for her competence, a battle for Graham's confidence. However, her stubbornly pressed lips betrayed her inner tension. Graham would have the urge to jump out of the car, run over and grab Ella in his arms, and protect her from the hardship he would put on her. But he was about to open the car door when he saw Adam come out to meet Ella, arms outstretched in a cheerful gesture of greeting. Graham froze. Adam? Was he in charge of his business now? Had Ella given him some authority? Graham was piqued that Ella perked up when she saw Adam, and waved cheerfully in response to the man's greeting. They walked up the steps to the front door of the company building, talking and sometimes even touching shoulders, just like old pals. Just like old friends. Adam had been so critical when Graham had told him he was getting married. When Graham explained and showed him whom he was marrying, Adam grimaced in comprehension. Or from surprise. He did not like Ella. What is different now? Ella manages Graham's money, which has been changed. Graham could not believe that Adam was sincerely expressing warm feelings for Ella. Of course, he was pretending. Then what for? If not pretending, then what does it all mean? Why did Ella greet Adam so cheerfully? Perhaps it is true what they say, out of sight, out of mind. With these thoughts in mind, Graham was left sitting in the car, seething with anger. Then, finally, the pair of young men disappeared into the entryway of the building. Graham put his hands on the steering wheel and sighed heavily, as if a heavy stone had been placed on his chest. He shook himself up, looked around, and drove slowly through the city streets to the exit ramp. He went almost mechanically, still having trouble breathing, and a volcano of rage bubbling in his chest. How could Ella do this to him? Why does she go to work where this young man welcomes her? Yes, Adam is handsome. Yes, he could charm women. Graham knew that well, because the competition with Adam in winning women's hearts over the past bachelor years had become a competition for both. However, Graham usually won. Then his wife appeared. Adam met her, and almost embracing her, walked her off the street into the company quarters. Graham was going crazy with jealousy. What will they think of me? How dare she be with another man so close every day? Graham suddenly realized he was jealous for the first time in his life. He cooled down a bit, arriving at the place of his exile, and unable to park the car for the first time. As he calmed down a bit, Graham realized that thoughts of Ella had filled him. As a result, he could only concentrate on his work sometimes, needed to look. I have to do something about it. I have to talk to the operations boss to get a vacation, at least for a while. With this decision, Graham finally fell asleep. He had decided his brain calmed down, and sleep came after all. Chapter 9. In Graham's company office, Adam entered his office where Ella sometimes worked. The young man had both hands behind his back. A mysterious smile played on Adam's lips. Ella looked away from the papers on the massive desk in front of her, looked up, and asked, "Is something wrong? Why such a mysterious look?" Adam responded by pulling a small but tastefully composed bouquet behind his back. "Happy holidays," he said. Ella smiled, pulled herself deeper into the back of the chair, crossed her arms over her chest, and asked a little playfully, "What holiday is this?" Adam, bowing playfully, handed her the bouquet. "Take the bouquet first, and then I will tell you all about it." Ella took the bouquet with both hands. The flowers smelled, and the smell suddenly reminded her of how she had slapped Graham, who had tried to buy her forgiveness with flowers. The woman suddenly seemed to wake up, her smile fading. She pulled the bouquet away from her face and asked more calmly, "So, what is our holiday?" Adam said, "You have been leading us for 100 days. It is worth celebrating." Ella added in the same tone, "Yes, managing is a strong word. I am learning." Adam walked around the table, sat on the edge in front of Ella and coaxed her. "Well, let us go out and get something to eat. It is impossible to sit here all day." I know. They bring food to your office. However, they live some other social life. Let's go to the cafe. I will show you a good place. If you ever want to, you can go there yourself, but today, let us go together. I am taking you to lunch." Ella stretched out in her chair, stretching her frozen shoulders, and suddenly, with a shake of her head, said, "Well, let us go. Once we can." Adam was driving Ella around town in his car. Ella got a little worried. "I thought you said the cafe was just around the corner. And we are already so far away." Adam replied, chuckling a little. "I changed my mind. I am going to show you something you have not seen yet. Look." Ella stared into the distance. Dust swirled on the road, and a herd of horses appeared as if from the mist. They were running free, not being driven by anyone. They just liked freedom. "What is this? Where did the horses come from?" Ella asked in surprise. "This is my grandfather's ranch. Another family now rents it. My grandfather passed away recently." "I am sorry to hear that, Adam," Ella said sympathetically. But seeing that Adam was not sad to tell her this, she immediately continued with interest, "Can we see the ranch itself?" "Yes, we can. But it is better not to get out of the car because the dogs might misunderstand us. After all, life is more precious than impressions." Adam laughed. He drove the car along the field fence where the horses circled. Adam asked, "Do you know how to ride?" Ella replied, "I always wanted to, but we did not have the money to learn to ride a horse. It is still a dream." Adam, looking back at her, said earnestly, "You can afford it now. Just find the time. I can show you the basics, but it is better to learn with a coach." Ella said sadly, looking admiringly at the horses, "I would love to, but I do not have the time or energy for it. Graham has dumped so many tasks on me I do not even have time to swim in the pool, which, as you well know, is right outside the house." Adam grinned. "Yes, Graham's got too much on your plate. I can help. Figure out what else I can do. I do not have enough work, see, I am asking you for it." He laughed, but his eyes were serious. Ella hesitated, and said, "Okay, maybe I should think I cannot pull it all off alone. I am just learning. We will talk about it tomorrow. For now, please take me for another ride next to the horses." Adam grinned contentedly, and drove Ella further across the ranch fields. Dust from the tires on the dirt road rose into the air. The smell of herbs permeated the car, though all the windows were closed, and the air was filtered. Ella sat quietly as if mesmerized. The surrounding horses seemed so free. The grasses were free to grow wherever their seeds fell. Finally, the car pulled onto a paved road and raced toward town. Ella looked around and thought, why can I not feel my freedom? Alone, I was waiting for my Graham, but I was forced to spend time with his friend, not my husband. Is this the life I dreamed of? The young men arrived at the cafe before Adam spoke. A table was waiting for them. Adam had reserved a seat as soon as they turned back. The cafe was very close to Graham's mansion. It was cozy, with fragrant buns and a good selection of tea, which was very important to Ella since she was a tea drinker. Adam ordered lunch for two. The table was by the window. Ella immediately took some delicious buns from the vase and ate them. Adam stared at the young woman almost without looking away. He wondered what Graham saw in her. Yes, she is as fresh as a flower with morning dew. Ella has a lively personality, and, as it is now clear, considerable tenacity. That is how she clung to her work, as if she had no other business. She could have gone to a beauty salon. Or to a fashion show. Ella could have flown to Paris and strolled through museums and exhibitions there. She may come to London and visit the best art galleries there. Does Ella be unfamiliar with anything like that? She is just a savage. Maybe that attracted Graham to her independence and some innocence. Adam was at a loss to speculate. However, the more he looked at Ella, the more he was drawn to the fire in her eyes when she talked about Graham, or the business she was now doing for him. Adam could not stop thinking about Ella. Perhaps this young woman loves Graham. It may be hard to believe. Has she wrapped her arms around the guy, but with what? Maybe she is so good in bed that the man is out of his mind. But her husband had only been with her twice, at least that is what Graham had told me. Once before the wedding, and then the wedding night. The woman noticed his confusion, and asked sympathetically, what memories come back? I miss my grandparents too. Grandma Lily was just wonderful. And a bit of a witch, Ella said with a sweet smile. Adam looked at her in surprise. How a witch? Are you kidding? Ella had already just laughed. No, I am not kidding. She could predict events, and no one knew what else she could do. All the women in our family are a bit of a witch. Be careful with me. Adam looked at Ella incredulously. She laughed again. No, you do not. Of course, men do not believe women have powers you cannot see. Adam grinned again. Women know perfectly well how to charm a man, and without higher powers. You could charm Graham, one ever led him to marriage, and you did. How did you do it? The question sounded like mere curiosity. Adam looked at the woman so testingly that she was embarrassed. I did nothing that to Graham. I am just me. He asked me to marry him, but I do not know why. I am just a normal woman. That is all. Adam looked at her so strangely and suspiciously that Ella suddenly did not like it, and ended the conversation. Well, let us go back. I have work to finish. There is a lot more waiting out there. Yeah, let us go. Adam's voice sounded muffled. He was deep in thought. Ella got up from her chair, and they went to the car. When Adam brought Ella to Graham's house, the woman exited the car, not waiting for Adam to open the door. Instead, she went to the window of the driver's seat where Adam was sitting, leaned slightly toward him, and said, Thank you for a good time. I need support right now. Thank you. Come again sometime and see what you could do for me together. I cannot handle all this stuff alone, and you know everything here. Adam sighed in relief. Sure, I will help. Because I thought I had said too much. I want to help you. Ella smiled encouragingly, and taking her hand off the car's roof, walked lightly to the mansion's front door. Adam sat in the car, completely distraught. He had thought it would be so easy to get to know this woman, to woo her. Now he felt he was hooked. How much strength she had. The mental strength and confidence that she was the only right thing in the world. That her worldview was the only right one. Though she had not said a word about it, Adam could sense how determined she had to deal with everything Graham had heaped on her. Adam thought, she will drag it all out, taking nothing in compensation for the inconvenience, just to justify Graham's trust. Yet, she seems to do it sincerely. Why did Graham get this woman? Why is she waiting for him? Why was this all she has not belonged to me? Chapter 10. Ella's regular workday began as usual lately. She followed Graham's schedule. In Graham's office, he assembled the experts who handled his affairs, such as investments in stocks, funds, real estate, and startups. In addition, Graham's assets were distributed so that no one part of them was dominant. As a result, he could reduce the risks associated with investing in one area of the economy. Ella absorbed everything the experts told her. However, she could see that some doubted whether she understood anything. Now, one of the property managers had laid out papers on the table. After briefly describing the problem of tenants not paying their rent, he looked questioningly and somewhat mockingly at Ella, awaiting her orders. The young woman took the papers handed to her, read them carefully, and putting them back on the table, looked questioningly at the manager. So, what do you suggest? What options do we have? The manager replied. Well, in that case, we should pass the matter on to the collector. Let us at least get some money back. The collector will get the difference, but that is their business. We need to put some of the underpayment into our cash flow from this house. Ella saw he was openly provoking her to give in to his plan to escape return such matters as the tenant's solvency situation, and answer the problem as quickly as possible. Testing, would she give in, leaving the decision to his side and responsibility? Ella leaned back in her chair, twirling a pencil in her fingers, and asked, what do you think Graham would say? The manager said, normally, Mr. Anderson would not deal with individual tenant issues and would give such matters back to us. We would go to the debt collectors. I would not go find out what the tenant's solvency situation is and shake down the money, personally. His answer turned to laughter. Satisfied with his joke, the man leaned back in his chair, shoved his hands into his pants pockets and sat there, spreading his legs wide and rocking back and forth in his chair as if on a rocking chair. He looked at his colleagues with satisfaction. Everyone around him laughed. Ella sensed something was wrong with how she had imagined working with property owners. What if a tenant had done that to her? She remembered scraping the money to pay her rent before getting a job at the Graham Run Corporation. The woman stepped forward and said, looking directly into the manager's eyes, I think I would start like this. Let us understand why that tenant is not paying. When you find out the reason, let me know right away, and we will make further decisions after that. Thank you, and what is next for us? The manager stopped rocking in his chair and smiling. He froze as he was doused in water. He just wanted to show this girl that he had it all figured out, but since she wanted to make her own decisions, now he was going to mess with this tenant. Damn him. The meeting went on, in Ella's opinion, usually. She no longer received authoritarian comments from experts and managers. Instead, everyone somehow concentrated on offering Ella the best possible solution. Not to throw her a bone, and expect Ella to grasp the solution like a hungry dog. Ella would have to battle with Graham's subordinates more than once. She had a premonition of this, so her nerves were strained to the limit every time a decision had to be made. Every meeting with Graham's business managers was a battle to see who would knock whom to the ground. Sometimes she was rolled if she did not have her point of view on an issue. Sometimes she won, as she did now with this rent. Ella was slowly learning to twirl among the complex relationships in the organization. Although Graham's proprietary asset management business was small, he did not require significant staff or management. Everything was managed remotely. Yet Ella was intimidated by the size of the liability. Real estate transactions were worth hundreds of thousands or millions. Transactions on company stock exchanges were of the same magnitude. Ella was horrified whenever she imagined the amount of money to be decided. More than once, the young woman had to go to the bathroom to freshen up, to recover and hide her trembling hands after making the following decisions on her husband's assets. Her adrenaline level was off the charts for those used to such operations daily. It was all just toys. Why was that? Ella realized it once when one manager casually mentioned that the responsibility is on the decision maker. Yes, they could offer her anything, but she was responsible. She understands nothing. She understands nothing yet. Perhaps I have already made mistakes. Willem says when he gets back. Ella thought. She did not give up. Ella knew she had to run these businesses, so she studied reports hard. She read the literature list on suitable topics and listened carefully to the recommendations of business consultants. Finally, all will be all right with this DMNED Graham's business. Chapter 11. In the meantime, Graham had been watching Adam spend more and more time with Ella outside of work. Adam accompanied Ella to the pool and art shows and met and drove her in his car, not trusting cabs. Graham was watching his wife, hiding in his old car. He could not show his face. His contract with the Secret Service was not over yet. He must wait and hope that Ella is faithful to him. In addition, his money was safe with her. Why did he do that? Now, Graham could not find the answer to that question. Graham's decision to entrust Ella with his entire fortune suddenly came to mind when he was urgently called to another assignment to control the financial flows. It was his last assignment, he thought. He did not want that kind of torment anymore. He had no one to wait for him before, no one who hurt his heart as much as Ella strolling lightly with Adam did. Some dark thoughts tore at Graham's heart. What is Adam doing around her? My best friend, and spending time with Ella. He does not know her at all. He disapproved of her when he saw her at the wedding. So what does he want from Ella now? Money. Perhaps, and understandably so. So then, why would Adam spend so much time with her outside of work? What else does he hope to get from her? Day after day, he watched Adam meet and greet Ella at the mansion that belonged to Graham. Now, Ella was in charge of it. Graham felt some desperation. Is she waiting for me? Maybe other men have already filled her life. Perhaps she never loved me. Feelings of rage and hope replaced one another. Graham's blood boiled when he saw Ella in Adam's company. The couple did nothing that could be construed as a romantic relationship. At least Adam never stayed at the mansion for over 5 or 10 minutes. Likewise, Ella never once visited Adam's bachelor pad in an upscale part of town. Graham was at a loss and seething with jealousy when he saw his wife in the company of his friend. What do they have in common? Is not me, Graham, good enough for her? I gave her everything, my love, fortune, and yeah, I disappeared from her life. Graham decided he could not wait anymore and had to see Ella in person. However, if I appeared before her, my whole plan with the Secret Service project would go to waste. Graham was more than just a wealthy man. plagued by the feeling that everyone who communicated with him was just out to gain his connections, money, and prestige. So somehow, carelessly in conversation with friends, dropped the phrase "I was talking to" the other day. What if the innocent Ella just wanted all his money at her disposal? Graham gave her everything to get rid of these doubts in his mind. This gave him instant freedom from himself and his money. However, something shows now. Why is his friend Adam with Ella all the time? What is between them? Graham shook his head. No, it is impossible to go on like this. He cannot concentrate on his work. We have to do something about this situation. The man stood up, walked around the small break room of the unit where he now worked, paused, and suddenly headed resolutely for the exit. Finally, he decided what to do next. Graham walked down the corridors to his supervisor's office. There was simply a room number on the door. Nothing more. Graham opened the door without knocking and entered the office. An older man with entirely gray hair and a roughly carved, strong-willed face sat at a desk with only a monitor and a desk lamp with an antique type of green glass lampshade, in stark contrast to the ascetic nature of the office. There were no shelves of books or other objects in the study. Instead, there was an ascetic desk, a stiff chair with a high straight back, and half-light from behind the tightly drawn curtains on the window, the smell of good cologne or shaving water. All surfaces were thoroughly dusted. One corner of the room was occupied by a stiff couch that looked more like a hospital bed, rigid and straightforward. There was a round cushion and a neatly folded dark bedspread on it. There was also a nightstand in the room. On an antique-looking metal tray was a pitcher of water and a couple of glasses on it. That was it. If there was anything in the room, it hid in the closets, whose blank doors ran around its walls. Graham had been in this room twice before. Now, he was about to have a difficult conversation with his mentor. Graham did not know his real name, so for communication, he settled for the code name they were all assigned on the project. In this project, his mentor was Mr. C. Graham said hello. The elderly man, with his full gray hair and old-fashioned apothecary glasses with round glasses, did not seem surprised by his visit. Mr. C leaned back in his chair, lowered his glasses on his nose, and said in a low, husky voice, "So, what brings you to me? Our project is going well. I see no reason for you to come in connection with it. Then what is troubling you?" Graham was once again amazed at the man's insight. Of course, the ability to think analytically was the first criterion in selecting personnel for such projects. However, Mr. C also differed in his ability to sense moods. Some said that only women had this feature, and they thought that with his super-masculine testosterone-cut appearance, Mr. C's sensitivity was unnatural. It was as if he had two super-masculine personalities, and the other super-sensitive. Some employees called him a chameleon. Mr. C deserved this nickname because of his exceptional ability to adjust to the interviewer's mood. This gave Mr. C a tremendous advantage in understanding and influencing people. Graham whispered, "I need a vacation. 3 days." Mr. C inspected Graham, but nothing changed in his face when he answered,
"You know that is impossible."
"May I ask, what is the reason for such a rush to get home?" Graham stared at the floor. He felt he was standing before a strict teacher, and had to admit that he had not done his homework. Still, he had to answer. "I am my wife. I think she is in trouble. You know I have left her all the rights while I am away. But now, something is happening, and I must find out what." Mr. C sighed, put his glasses back on the bridge of his nose, and looking at his hands, exhaled. "One day. One night, to be exact. That is all I can give you." Graham at first flinched as if outraged, but then a sense of joy filled him. He had not hoped for that either. He would rush to Ella now, and explain everything to her, and see how she would look at him. Did she forgive him? Was she that calculating fortune hunter after all, and did his doubts have a basis? And Adam, what is he doing around Ella? Did Graham need to clarify Ella was the only one handling his affairs? Graham blurted out briefly, "Thank you," and jumped out of the office. Mr. C looked at the door, which slammed sharply against the jamb as Graham flew out of the room, and muttered, "Oh, those young people." Graham almost ran down the corridor to his compartment. Entering his room, where his belongings were kept for the project, he grabbed the most necessary items, a toothbrush, an electric razor, aftershave cream and a pair of underwear, into his backpack and halted. No, Graham could not show up in front of Ella like that. He has to clean himself up first. She had never seen him unshaven. Graham went into his bathroom, looked at his reflection, and saw in the mirror an unshaven man who probably seemed unsure of himself. Why? Because this woman gives him doubts. Because it is his fault. Have it his way to take part in the man's games in the Secret Service, and test his wife's fortitude for money and power. No one is to blame for his lack of confidence, only himself. That is what a man's life is all about. You have to prove to yourself and those around you are the best. Graham soaped his face and neck with foaming shaving cream and shaved gently. With each strip of refreshed skin, he felt more confident and assured. Graham would appear to Ella as she was used to seeing him, well groomed and smelling of the best men's cologne. Yes, he should wear a clean shirt. Yes, Graham had let himself slip away, immersed in the project, living out his achievements by day, and tormented at night by doubts about Ella. Now, he is going to clean himself up and go to her. She is not waiting for him. But if she does, she imagines another kind of meeting. Chapter 12. That evening, Ella returned to Graham's mansion late at night. The young woman walked down the hall of the house, tossed her bag on the couch by the door, dropped her shoes on the luxurious carpet, and went barefoot into the bathroom. She turned on the light in the bathroom, opened the hot and cold water taps, and bubbling water flew into the bathroom. Ella threw a bubbly soap with a relaxing scent into the water, and a thick foam of sparkling bubbles rose. Ella thought, "Why would I do all this? Was it worth the trouble? Would it not be easier to take advantage of all the comforts of my new position as a rich man's wife, as Adam had transparently hinted many times?" Thoughts flowed smoothly in her mind as the young woman removed her clothes, carefully laying them out on the table by the wash basin. The bathroom was decorated expensively, but tastefully. As if a modern young woman had lived here before her, not a super macho woman. Of course, the interior architect expects someday a mistress will be here to make the design. The home of a wealthy, single corporate executive fixated on money and showing it off to others will not be decorated in black and gray, as many people typically imagine. Hence, he brings women into his house only for one night. Graham's bathroom made Ella feel good about herself. The hot tub's warm water bubbled around Ella's tired legs, and the relaxing piano music that automatically kicked in helped her forget the worries and stress of the day. Her hectic day of work and study, she appeared to have passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 minutes in the tub, Ella got out of the water and wiped herself with a vast terry towel. She thought it was a towel Graham used all the time. It was a bachelor's dull dark gray color, but it was soft, and absorbed all the moisture from the woman's body the first time she touched it. Ella suddenly thought it was Graham's gentle and warm arms embracing her. She wrapped herself more tightly in the huge towel and entered the bedroom. Graham's bedroom was a special place for Ella. They never spent a single minute together. Ella went to the bedroom window and stepped onto the park's balcony. According to its purpose, the mansion stood apart from the other cottages in this prestigious neighborhood. A massive space of perfectly manicured lawn separated the house from the other buildings in the area. The house stood on a hill and stood out because of it. Ella stared at the warm, almost red, circle of the sun setting over the crowns of the park. Of course, its rays were no longer warm, but watching the sun say goodbye to her felt good. Tomorrow would begin a new day full of challenges and new tasks. Ah well, where is my Graham? Why does he not come back to me? Ella thought, gazing longingly at sunset. The woman returned to her room, closed the thick, dark curtains, and left the door to the balcony open. She liked the fresh air, and slept better when the light breeze adjusted the curtains. Without removing the towel from her body, Ella collapsed exhausted on the bed, rested her face on the pillow, and closed her eyes. Sleep covered her with its light wing at once. At first, Ella fell into the darkness. She did not remember falling asleep. The darkness came over her softly, and gently enveloped her almost like Graham's favorite bath towel. The woman's body relaxed, and she turned on her back, spreading her arms apart. A light touch of the breeze suddenly awakened Ella from her sleep. The woman sat abruptly on the bed, and suddenly a sharp feeling pierced her that someone was looking at her. She turned her head. Graham was standing by the bed. His shirt was unbuttoned at the top, and he was panting, as if he had just run a sprint. Ella almost cried out in surprise, but Graham put his finger to his lips with a mysterious chuckle, urging her to be silent. Suddenly, he was beside her, and with a firm but gentle hand, he put his hand over her mouth. He put his arm around her shoulders, and lightly laid the stunned young woman on the cushions. "You?" Ella whispered after all. "Yes, it is me," Graham replied in a whisper. "Say nothing, you do not have to wake anyone up." Ella shook her head. "There is nobody here." "What are you talking about?" He was guilty before her. He was so guilty. Ella seemed to fall into a trance of shock. Her eyes were wide open, her body tense, and a giant shudder shook her. Finally, tired of lovemaking, they drifted off to sleep. The morning sun beamed on the face of a young woman sleeping peacefully on a huge double bed. Nothing seemed to disturb her, so calm was her expression. However, something like pleasure sometimes slipped across it, the joy of a man's touch. Graham was still beside her. He touched his lips to hers. He ran his hand along the curves of her body, but he did not feel it. The man tried to save the young woman's sleep. He knew that if he woke her up, this magic would end, she would see him in daylight, and reality would return to them both. While she slept, he could be there for her. How tender she was. Her face, her skin, her scent. Everything gave Graham the inexpressible pleasure of knowing that Ella belonged to him. She was his wife, his and his alone. The man got out of bed carefully, smoothed out his pillow, and covered Ella with a light blanket. Let her sleep some more, and he would look at her for a minute from a distance. How beautiful she was. Graham turned and, carefully closing the door, left the bedroom. Chapter 13. In the morning, Ella opened her eyes and turned to the other side of the bed, looking for Graham. He was not there. The girl jumped up and ran to the bathroom. The bathroom was empty too. She ran out onto the balcony, and like déjà vu, she saw Graham getting into the car. Before she could even shout after him, the car roared through the gravel driveway and out of sight around the bend. It was all the same as before, only the car was different, unremarkable. For the second time, however, this event did not evoke the despair that gripped Ella when Graham disappeared the morning after the wedding. Ella knew now that he loved her. However, she asked herself, how much longer would I put up with his antics? Is this life for me, a young woman, especially around my other friends and acquaintances? Well, people's life around was boiling. Some were looking for their mate, and some had already found and arranged a family and their future life. Only Ella had nothing of a normal life, even after marriage. She wanted to have a typical family. Ella would run home and work, and she had no husband to take care of her, and not dump responsibility for everything they had on his wife. Graham's enormous condition did nothing to help Ella feel normal. Her normal was not the same as what was normal for Graham. The young woman thought, would we ever have an everyday family life? How long would I endure this sailor's wife situation? Ella threw her robe on and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today, she had to meet with the managers of a project she was supposed to supervise. She was about to watch it. Even in her mind, the phrase sounded ridiculous. The young woman was cooking an omelet flavored with aromatic herbs growing in pots in the kitchen window and thinking about what had happened that night. She felt so good. Graham loved her. But again, what made him want to leave her? Now Ella knew he still desired her. What was more important in his life than that she would be happy? Happy, with a peaceful life with him. Ella cracked another egg into the cup, leaned both hands on the tabletop, and shook her head. Yes, of course she did. How had she not thought of it before? Then, suddenly, a mad idea arose in her mind. I should hire a private detective to discover everything Graham hid from me about his other life, where his wife seemed to have no place. What is there, another woman? Or another family altogether? Ella had the strangest assumptions about why Graham needed to be away from her. The omelet was ready, and Ella ate it almost without noticing the taste. Instead, she was digging into her phone, searching the internet for the contacts of private detectives. She chose 2 or 3 firms and wrote requests for a meeting. But, of course, she had no experience in such matters, just as she had no experience in the business. However, the young woman knew firmly that she could not go on with a life where her husband had disappeared, and his wife did not know what he was doing. Almost immediately, responses came in about meeting opportunities, and Ella chose one company simply because it suited her timing. Ella did not think about money. She realized she was no longer paying any fees for the responsibilities Graham had assigned her as his fortune manager. Instead, Ella gradually accumulated substantial sums in her account that she would never have dreamed of. However, the woman still needed to think spending the money on herself was possible. She felt she did not meet the demands imposed by working with Graham's fortune. Ella would have understood his fees if a professional asset manager had been hired. In her case, why would Graham think she was doing this for that considerable salary? Would she not do it for him as his wife? But of course, she has no other job now except to deal with Graham's fortune. The woman had to quit her former position as soon as the extent of her involvement in Graham's affairs became clear. The women in business usually understood that business people would only perceive them well if they had all the attributes of power they had: money, position, and connections. All Ella had now been in her job and money. However, she still needed to make connections. Which businessman or businesswoman would want to be connected with her? Ella still needed to do something by herself on business. She cannot decide in Graham's company, even on a dime. Ella was frightened that she could only be seen as Graham's purse, and no one saw her as herself. Thus, Ella technically had the money to pay a commission to a detective if she hired one of them. The woman did not think it was necessary to check the history of the chosen detective agency, the existence of a valid license to work in certain regions, good insurance to protect them and their clients from trouble because of cooperation, and so on. However, she knew one thing. She had to start somewhere and resolutely threw herself into the fight for her future. Graham was, without a doubt, her future. The meeting with the detective went well. He asked for all the information Ella had on Graham. Unfortunately, she had nothing that could be used for the investigation except her husband's personal information and his business. Ella knew she had no right to provide documents relating to her husband's business, so she said so. The detective was sympathetic and said that their clients might not have all the information that it would be desirable to start an investigation. So, start with what the client can provide, which is what their agency will do. Ella was encouraged by the start of the investigation. She returned to Graham's mansion to participate in another online meeting with Graham's company managers. The woman felt she had taken a decisive step, the first powerful step with Graham. Ella needed to understand how her husband lived his life. Just that he proved to her he still loved her was no reason to follow his lifestyle choice. Ella wanted more than that. She wanted understanding and a life together that they both understood. Chapter 14. Ella entered the conference room. She had conducted Graham's business from the same room. Today was the day to gather data on what was happening to Graham's assets and decide. It seemed to Ella that she would never be ready for this kind of talk. Whenever she listened to her subordinates' reports, she was overcome with a sense of inferiority. Despite deliberately attempting to grasp complex financial topics, the young woman was always overwhelmed, since those around her had degrees in fields that Graham had just thrown her into. Whenever she had to express an opinion on a work-related asset management issue, Ella was so timid that she alternately blushed and paled. The young woman feared being laughed at or judged by everyone around her. After all, she had almost no opinion of her own. Instead of saying what she thought, Ella looked questioningly at one expert and with a sigh, asked, "What do you think?" "Uh-huh. Okay, let us do that." She thought this torture would never end. The thought that she could end it all and hand over Graham's affairs to someone else like Adam never crossed Ella's mind. Adam could also not concentrate properly on his work. Instead, his thoughts kept returning to why Ella was running Graham's business. Adam looked at the conference room window and thought seriously about Ella and Graham's fortune. With no education, this woman is in charge of my friend's fortune. Yes, Graham is my friend and my rival. He is a rival in business and relationships with women. But is Graham even my friend? Now, when he left his precious wife unattended right after the hasty wedding and thought I would handle all his deals only for my salary, I am not sure I still keep him as a friend. He is a rival now, a rival. And why did Graham leave his beautiful, savage wife? Maybe they have some secret. Adam looked at Ella, who listened to the head of financial operations with all her attention, and said to himself, "Well, where is this Graham anyway? His wife understands nothing." Nothing. Adam stood up, went to the window, and suddenly whistled. "What am I thinking about? Everything runs into my hands, this young, inexperienced woman and her fortune. Why am I still thinking about what to do? All is clear." Adam walked in front of the window, looking at Ella briefly and thinking, "Why does Graham have to have her? Am I worse than Graham? Yes, I have little money, but I am good-looking, successful with women, and have prospects in business. Yes, Graham got it all much earlier and on a huge scale. However, Adam, too, has the road to the top. He must choose the right path and time. Now, everything seemed to run into his hands." The alarm ringing on his cell phone interrupted Adam's musings. It was a reminder of a meeting with Ella, scheduled for today. The man smirked rather smugly. It was time. The path to success is through Ella. She will help him achieve everything he wants. To achieve what he deserves, but has yet to get wealth. Adam walked around the desk and briskly headed away from his office. His face lit up with a smile, and he looked like a cat that had caught a mouse. At Graham's mansion, Ella had already met managers who came into the office for meetings and offered to sit at the oval conference table. It had not previously been in this room. Still, since Ella preferred to conduct business directly from Graham's house, she asked for this large table with a dark polished wood tabletop to be delivered. In addition, she bought ordinary chairs with no wheels. Ella could not stand chairs on wheels. They reminded her of the corporate environment she would run away from when she quit the corporation Graham used to run. Everything in the corporation was unpleasant for Ella. False expectations, good and bad people. The things you do not choose all jumbled together in her memory into one tangled ball of memories and dislike for the corporate atmosphere. Ella sat at the head of the oval table and led the meeting. Her mentor had taught her how to do this. You clarify, you are leading the questions, you and only you. Everyone who wants to say something must see that Ella is the one who decides when and who says what. This tension made Ella unbalanced. She could not understand how one could pretend to be a person one was not. However, her mentor fit that this kind of behavior was when deliberately serious and self-confident expressions allowed her to conduct often rather stormy meetings. People initially did not see Ella as a person who could limit them. However, after a case involving a tenant who could not pay his rent on time and Adam tried to turn his case over to collectors, Ella resisted and chose her way to solve the problem. After this case, many of her subordinates saw her as serious. She may not know much now, but she has character and a way of seeing things. That gave her a lot of respect. Ella did the right thing with that tenant. The man was just seriously ill. They only learned about it when they visited his apartment to meet him and saw his relatives there. The insurance company paid the rent for the tenant. We should have just dealt with it. Ella saw the tenant as a person and not just a source of money, which increased her credibility with Graham's managers. They remembered how Graham approached complex issues personally, which is why he could advance his career, gaining the respect of his business partners and subordinates. Ella looked at the people gathered around the table and thought about how she finally realized that her insistence on learning the basics of business processes and working with assets was helping her listen to their reports consciously. Of course, she could not decide most things, but her mentor told her she did not need to know everything herself. It is enough to surround herself with competent people, and most issues will be resolved. She would only have to choose among the solutions offered. That is where her responsibility would come in. First, however, experts must prepare the answers. Ella remembered those lessons from the chief, and straightening her back and raising her head, she smiled confidently, looked around at everyone at the table, and said, "Well, let us get started. What have you got?" The woman turned her head to the first man on the left, who quickly opened his lapel and reported income and expenditures on securities transactions for the past week. Ella listened, tilting her head slightly. She needed to write something. All the reports would be given to her. She only needed to understand in which direction everything was moving up or down. Now the rate of the stocks in Graham's investment portfolio was increasing considerably. And that was fine. Ella, listening to the report, acts in a relatively confident voice. "And what do you think? Should we keep this stock or sell it now?" The man hesitated for a moment, but answered decisively. "I think it is worth the wait. The stock market is growing, and there is a correction if there are individual fluctuations. The economy is on the rise. You do not want to sell what is going up. Ella nodded. Yes, I understand. Then let us get on with it. After listening to the reports of everyone present, she suddenly noticed that Adam was not in the room. Where is Adam? She asked, looking around at everyone. People looked at each other, confused. He did not ask me to give you anything, one manager replied. Well, I hope he had a good reason for disappearing like that. Ella was confused. She was curious to know if she had the right to ask where Adam was. He was Graham's second confidant here after her. Ella felt Adam's superiority in business matters, which embarrassed her. Perhaps Adam was too self-righteous and did not help her much. But he was more than willing to take the question for himself and to take the results of his decision. Moreover, Adam was eager to go above and beyond to work under a simpleton like Ella. When everyone had gone, Ella was alone in the study. The woman got up from her desk and looked over the shelves of gilt-bound volumes of books. There is a fortune in books, she thought. Has read all this. Ella picked up one book. It was a volume of some economics professor's work. Ella had neither the energy nor the desire to read something like that, so she put the book back. Maybe someday I can read these books, the young woman thought. Someday. The day went on as usual. Ella went to the nearest cafe for lunch. She went out there to feel among people. Life in the mansion felt like isolation from the world around her. Ella felt normal as she sat in the cafe, dressed in a simple tank top and jeans with an inexpensive purse over her shoulder. It was her world around. However, spending time in Graham's mansion made the woman feel insufficiently competent, beautiful, and desirable. After all, her husband, who loves her just as she loves him, is absent and does not explain why. It is just his life, and he does not intend to share it with his wife. Ella still hoped Graham would show up again, just like that night. Or was it just a dream? Perhaps today she will learn something about Graham. Soon, the detective she hired to find Graham would come to her. Chapter 15. Half an hour later, Ella was already talking to the detective. Walking him into the office, Ella clenched her hands impatiently to learn the news. The young woman nodded in response to the man's brief greeting and gestured for him to sit at the oval table. She went to the window and, crossing her arms over her chest, asked, "Well, is there anything about my husband?" The detective took out of his backpack a small. Still, because of the protective cover, it seemed like an unusually thick laptop. He opened it, turned his screen to Ella, and said, "Here is everything you want to know about your husband. Look." Ella turned, walked over to the table, and sat down to see the screen of the top's pause. The man pressed a key, and scenes of city life flashed across the screen, the life Graham was spending without Ella. Graham drove a shabby car, the same car he had moved away from Ella the morning after their stormy night. He went downtown and ate lunch, meeting all kinds of people. One of his constant companions was a bright, athletic-looking blonde-haired woman. She was glimpsed in many scenes that the detective had fast-forwarded through Elle's mind. Ella stared at the screen. She could see almost nothing from the tears of resentment flooding her eyes. The detective, of course, noticed her condition and whispered, "It is okay. It is a normal reaction to this kind of information. I am used to it. Cry." Ella grabbed a napkin from the table, turned away, and began furiously wiping her tears. Then, still sniffling her nose, she turned back to the screen and, pointing her finger at the blonde-haired woman's image, asked, "Who is that?" There was a cold steel of hatred in her voice toward the woman who, perhaps, had stolen her husband. The detective replied, "That is what I do not know. I only gathered information about where your husband is. Who he was spending time with was not part of the assignment. I can continue this case if you would like. Right now, I can tell you one thing. This woman does not accompany your husband before or after meetings. They only meet, eat together, talk, and then go their separate ways. This is clear from observations over the last 2 weeks since I found Mr. Anderson. Ella, still sobbing, looked at the detective with surprise and hope. What does that mean? They are not lovers. He answered slowly, clearly choosing his words and shaking his head doubtfully. I cannot guarantee anything, but the situation looks like this lady is just one of his contacts. Your husband has been meeting with a certain circle of people regularly lately, the same people for 2 weeks. The woman, having calmed down enough, continued her inquiries. What does that mean? Who are these people? I cannot say anything more about that right now since I was just on a mission to find the man replied. If you like, I can investigate further. However, there is a risk that your husband might notice he is being followed. Something tells me that these meetings are connected to some important case. If I interfere, I could get in trouble. The detective should have reported returns to Ella that he realized when he found Graham. This man was working for the government. An experienced police officer in the past, the detective knew he would better not be getting involved sometimes at all. It is much quieter to investigate people, adultery, and missing property. This was something much more than infidelity. Everything added up to one picture. The person reported wanted by this young woman related to certain government agencies. Of course, it would only be possible to show this if he interfered directly in Graham's affairs. But like a seasoned fox, the detective did not want that. This woman will get over everything and forgive her husband when he comes back. Even if she did not, that a man like this Anderson would not be lost. The detective certainly noticed the looks the women in the cafe were throwing at Graham. He busied himself with his lunches and conversations with his companions as if nothing around him existed. No wonder a man like that could set his wife aside in his games with the Secret Service. What did he see in this brat? The detective's client was of no interest to him as a woman. A simpleton of sorts. How had she married this powerful man? If she had married him, she was doomed to suffer. The detective exited his desk and put the laptop back in his backpack. Then he said, handing her the flash drive. That will be all. I will send you the files with the progress report and the notes I made looking for your husband. They are encrypted, and here is the key, the password to view them. The man turned around and looked at the young woman's troubled face as if he wanted to say something comforting. But he remained silent and left the office without saying goodbye. Ella remained seated at the table as if she had not noticed the detective's departure. Her mind raced with thoughts about Graham. Ella thought about why she had put up with all this. She thought he told her he loved her that night when Graham had come out of nowhere and gone nowhere. Now, she did not know to whom she was committing her life. Chapter 16. Meanwhile, Adam was making his life plans. It was not part of them to stay long as Graham's wife's assistant. So, he was active and invited Ella to dinner at a restaurant, knowing she was suffering without companionship and drowning in Graham's affairs. Adam made his way to the lobby of the restaurant. The porter at the entrance asked for the reservation number, checked the database, and kindly invited him into the hall. When Adam was already seated at the best table in the restaurant, he looked around. Couples were sitting at small tables, and servers maneuvered between tables, each other, and the kitchen doors. Adam noted with regret that there were no girls among the servers. They were all men and mostly middle-aged. The restaurant specialized in haute cuisine, which was probably why the focus was on the quality of the food rather than on the attractiveness of the servers. Adam chose the best table in the restaurant, not so much for Ella but for himself. He waited for his companion, smugly looking around the surrounding people, who were just as successful as he was. Or even more successful. He could only afford to go to places like this expensive restaurant, sometimes. But he wanted to. Entertaining his boss's wife, Ella, seemed a good enough reason for him to spend substantial money on this evening. Adam turned away and looked out the window. A panorama of the bay opened before him. The sun was almost at its zenith. The surrounding people were hurrying about their day's business. If they were going to lunch, it was something inexpensive. No one could go to that restaurant. Adam had made his reservations in advance and was now enjoying his exclusivity. Adam's sense of exclusivity led him through life. He was better than everyone else. When things did not work out the way he imagined, he was twisted by the feeling of defeat. He had to achieve everything he wanted, money and high social standing. People with low income and social status do not feel disadvantaged in many societies. Adam was something special. He constantly thought he was undervalued. He was undoubtedly worthy of more in everything: his work, relationships with women, and showing male friendship. Yet something constantly was not working. At least it was not working the way he imagined it. Was Graham letting him know Adam was not the best at all? Graham seemed to find everything easy: money, societal status, and women. It was a shame that Graham did not even pay much attention to women, one of the most likable expressions of appreciation for a man. Adam returned to the hall and saw the porter talking to some girl. Oh, it was Ella. Adam grimaced. She had not seen fit to wear anything more decent than a plain suit like an ordinary clerk, and not even the best quality at all, even to this restaurant. My suit, of the best tailor's brand, is striking in its good fit on my athletic figure. Yes, Adam was handsome in this suit. The tie was the most fashionable, the boots handmade of genuine calfskin. The belt was excellent. Of course, a huge and shiny wristwatch of the best brand. Adam was pleased with his appearance, and Ella did not look good next to him. But nothing. Everyone would understand that he was doing her a favor by spending time with her and spending the money it cost to have lunch with her. Adam got up and headed toward the entrance of the restaurant. Ella noticed him, and her face lit up with a smile of appreciation that he was already there. But unfortunately, she had forgotten her reservation number, and the porter would not let her through. Ella said hello and handed Adam a folder of papers. Adam looked at it in surprise. "What is it?" Ella answered with a sigh. "Our business for today." Adam laughed, strained. "When are you going to rest? We came here to eat, and this is not just a restaurant for lunch." Ella looked around and shook her head. "Adam, lunch here must cost a fortune. Why don't we change seats?" Adam was stunned. "Ella, what are you talking about? I made dinner reservations long ago, and now you and I are eating here and only here. All expenses are on me." He added, after a moment's hesitation. "Well, you do not have to worry about money at all. I think sometimes you forget whose wife you are." Ella shook her head and mumbled. "I am already forgetting it. You are right, my habits are failing me. I have never eaten in a haute cuisine restaurant like this. Graham, we have not spent enough time together to have it all: romance, a normal relationship." There was sadness in the woman's voice, and Adam realized it was time to change the direction of the conversation if he did not want to spend the evening as a therapist. The man said, "Ella, let us just think about what is happening right now. Now you and I are going to eat the best food in town." With these words, Adam waved to the server, patiently waiting for his sign to bring the menu. The couple looked at the menu, and Ella asks, "I do not understand French." Adam laughed and told her, "Just turn the pages, and then you'll find everything in English." Ella felt a little more confident when she realized she could read everything the menu offered. Then she hesitantly said, "But what? Look at the prices here." Adam grinned and said proudly, "Do not worry about that. I told you I will pay for lunch." Ella looked at him in surprise. "You? Why? I can." Adam interrupted her. "I invited you. The restaurant was the one I chose. I am a man, so I am paying for all this." Ella looked at him in amazement. "But why? Are we celebrating something?" Adam moved away from the edge of the table, and swaying slightly in his chair, said soulfully, looking Ella straight in the eye, "I think you are still unhappy. I am sorry to say this. But notice that I am saying it to your face. Other people think the same, but no one will talk to you like me. This is because I am an old friend of Graham's, which gives me the right to take over at least part of his wife's care." Ella stared at Adam in a daze. She had expected nothing at all from him. To her, he was someone without gender, just a friend of Graham's. The woman felt nothing attractive about him. She was not interested in him as a man, a friend, so, without gender. Now, suddenly, she looked at Adam in a new way. He was handsome, short but very sturdy. His dark thick hair was trimmed short with an almost army-style hedgehog. Although, as Ella already knew, he was not in the army. Adam was a regular at the gym. His arms were well pumped, and his leg muscles stood out through the fabric of his loose-fitting pants. Everything about him breathed with power. His shirt was tight around his powerful chest, and his fashionable tie drew attention to his clean-shaven, powerful neck. Ella smiled at her studies and decided to start choosing her dishes. Lunch was spent talking lightly about this and that, but not about work. Adam tried to distract Ella from her weary thoughts about business and Graham. They did not say a word about Graham, as if they would agree that it was not the right topic for the moment. Adam led the conversation, but Ella only supported him. The man could not understand what was going on. Adam made Ella talk though. When the server brought a bottle of expensive wine and offered Adam a taste, Adam approved of the choice and the quality of the wine from that bottle. He knew what to do, and persuaded Ella to have at least a glass of wine. The young woman was reluctant at first, but then she agreed. Ella felt she was missing something from the bottom, concentrating only on what Graham wanted. What about her own life? Adam and Ella drank one bottle of wine during the meal, and somehow imperceptibly, Ella's glass was filled a second time with wine, then a third time. The woman felt somehow relieved, and spoke freely to Adam. Their conversation flowed so quickly that she was reminded of her parties at school, where she did not have to pay attention to people, but just had fun with them. After all, Adam was safe for her. He was Graham's friend, and would not allow him to disturb her. In addition, he wanted her money, or rather Graham's money. Then, if Graham discovers this sin of his loved wife, he will leave her. But he never will get his money back. Adam had a plan about Graham's money too. The man loosened his tie, which had become tight, and asked, "Do you think it is getting a little hot in here? Shall we go for a walk? There is a nightclub near here. Let us go, you will not regret it. You have not rested in so long. I can see that." It was as if some wave of fun and carelessness carried Ella. She had never drunk so much before. Now, a couple of glasses of relatively strong wine awakened in her a hitherto unknown cheerfulness and carelessness.
"Come on,"
she replied, and they went out into the fresh air, having paid for their lunch, and lukewarm from the excellent food and wine. Ella looked at the people, strolling through the approaching twilight of the summer evening. She felt she was doing something she should not be doing, but could not understand the problem with her behavior. Ella was entitled to her time. Her husband had put her on the outskirts of her life. That he had come to her for one night was now suddenly irrelevant. Ella looked at Adam and saw an attractive young man beside her, here and now. Maybe she wanted that kind of life partner. Someone would be there for her. But it is weird. She should not think of Adam that way, because he is just her friend. He is her and her husband's friend. In the meantime, they stealthily approached the club door, and Adam led Ella inside. In the darkness, half-dressed dancers wriggled on the catwalk to slow music. Ella paused with indecision. Adam noticed this, and nudging her gently behind her back, said, "Do not be afraid. I will not buy a private dance. After all, you are with me." The young woman laughed embarrassedly and said, "I did not know there was such a place. I have never been to a strip club." Adam hugged her shoulders lightly and, already staggering, circled the room with his arm. "Look. There are women here, not only dancers." Ella glanced around the dark hall, where the occasional beam of a colored spotlight flickered across the room, and noticed several couples. So yes, there were women here too, which reassured her somewhat. Adam led Ella to the bar counter and ordered cocktails. The bartender handed them glasses filled to the top with multicolored layers of drink, with a couple of straws and an umbrella dangling. Ella took one glass, and looking at it with amazement, said to Adam, "You know, I like it here more and more. I have never had cocktails. And they are so tasty." Adam, clearly pleased with himself, expertly explained to her. The name comes from the words rooster's tail. Because these drinks are as colorful as a rooster's tail feathers. Some cocktails are made with ingredients that do not mix, so it is possible to create beautiful blends like this one. Ella sipped the sugary sweet liquid from the straw, and looked at the podium where one dancer had begun her performance. The young woman sprinted away from him, shuffling toward the club's exit through the crowd of heated dancers. Her blouse was out of her pants and torn from the front, her belt undone. There was panic in Ella's eyes. How could he? No one had ever treated her like that. How dare he? He was Graham's friend. How could she have been so wrong about Adam? She went to a nightclub with him. She is such a fool, that is how she got the experience. Ella ran out into the fresh air and waved to the cab, which immediately pulled up in front of her. The cab driver did not seem surprised that some disheveled young woman was getting into his car alone outside the club. He asked, "Where to?" Ella, still breathing heavily with fear and excitement, almost shouted out, "Home." The cab driver waited patiently until she could say something else, and did not move. Ella, already somewhat relieved, finally told him the address. She did not want to go to bed at Graham's mansion in that condition. Ella did not want to go to Graham's mansion bed in that condition. She was unclean. She was unworthy of her husband. The young woman went to her home, to her apartment, which she had yet to return to her property owner. The young woman crawled into the shower and spent half an hour there while she came to her senses. Finally, Ella went to bed, relieved to fall into her bed, and immediately fell asleep. Chapter 17. The following day, Ella woke up in her bed. Her body felt like it had been shattered and glued back together again. Her head hummed as if a bell had rung there. The slightest movement of her head caused something to splash and squeeze from the inside, as if a rush of water wanted to escape. Her mouth felt unpleasant, as if she had eaten something stale yesterday. She was thirsty. The woman walked shuffling, holding onto the wall with her hand, into the kitchen and drank water straight from the faucet. After that, it got easier. Finally, however, she wanted to eat something sour or salty. A jar of pickles was found, and its juice seemed like a life-giving elixir to Ella. "What is it with me?" pondered the woman. "Is this what they call a hangover?" Everything said yes. She spoke the very thing contemptuously when she looked at some drinking acquaintances. It was a hangover, and she had one who had never had over 1 glass of wine in an evening. What a shame. Only her husband would touch her, no one else. Maybe she is a little crazy, and where is her husband now? Ella glanced at her watch. It was lunchtime. Perhaps it was now that Graham was having lunch with his companion, that attractive blonde-haired woman. Ella's eyes went dark, and she leaned against the kitchen wall. Yes, that woman. Who was she? Why was Graham spending time with her and not with his wife? What is the matter? What is he doing? Ella was not surprised that she immediately recognized the woman's advantage. A fact was a fact. The young woman was fully aware that she was astonished that Graham needed her. Ella thought, how else could Graham have left me just after the wedding and for such a long time? He does not love me at all. So his coming to me that night means nothing. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ella went to the machine and asked in a grayish voice, "Who is there?" Adam's voice rang out in response. "Ella, it is me. Will you open it?" The woman almost jumped away from the door. She did not want to see him, much less let him into her apartment. Ella took a step toward the intercom, but after a second she fell back and answered in an icy tone, "Wait, I will come out downstairs." She pulled on her hastily worn jeans and pullover, grabbed her key and cell phone, and walked outside where Adam was stomping. He looked terrible. His face was wrinkled, his clothes seemed carelessly thrown on, and he looked pleadingly at Ella. "Ella, I am sorry. I did not mean for things to turn out like this yesterday. It was my fault. It will not happen again." With these words, he handed her the bouquet, which he first hid behind his back. The man said irritably, with a sneer in his voice, "It is my fault. It will not happen again." Ella said coldly, "Who says I want to talk to you at all? You can put the bouquet away. It is no use at all. Do you think you can act like that, and then make it up to me with a bouquet and an apology?" Adam stood with his eyes down. The young woman continued, "I do not want to spend more time with you outside of work, Adam. This incident is enough to make me realize I made a mistake too. I am married, and it is improper for me to go places like the one we were in yesterday, without a husband." Adam looked up at her. "So, will you forgive me after all?" "I apologize again, Ella. I do not know what got into me last night. There was too much to drink. And you were so attractive." Ella had already answered mockingly. "It was not me who was attractive, it was the alcohol and the stripping. Okay, let us try to forget all this. We still have to work together, and I do not want to waste my nerves remembering yesterday's events. Please take the bouquet." "I will not take it, under any circumstances." Adam sighed with relief and smiling tautly and hiding the bouquet behind his back again, replied, "All right, thank you. Yes, maybe those flowers are unnecessary. I just wanted to do something nice for you, to make it up to you. Thank you for understanding me and not holding a grudge. I will see you tomorrow at the meeting. Goodbye." Adam turned and walked down the sidewalk, away from Ella. Chapter 18. The next day, Adam waited for Ella in Graham's corporate office. Yesterday, when he had left Ella, he had been quite pleased with himself. He could not forcefully take her like that, as he had tried to do in the nightclub. But nothing. She forgave him, after all. Now, he wanted even more of everything. Adam wanted everything that belonged to Graham, the fortune, the business, even his wife. He wanted this all just out of a sense of competition. That feeling, deep in his chest, now dictated everything Adam did. The man dialed Ella's number. When she answered, he said hello in an even tone and said, "Ella, we are waiting for you. There is a document to sign. It is on asset number 8. You will remember when you see the documents, if you do not remember. Yeah, they are not like the usual online ones that have to be signed on paper the old-fashioned way. I expect you in the office today at 5 o'clock." Adam smirked contentedly, ending the conversation. This naive fool would repay him for everything he did not get from her. She should know whom she turned down. Adam was still seething at the thought that this brat had slipped away from him at the club. Usually, he did not let women out of his hands. If his actions made them uncomfortable, he would pay them off by offering a cash reward for the inconvenience. No one has turned him down yet. This one is playing hard to get. With these thoughts in mind, Adam continued taking the papers from his briefcase. Today, this whole game of Ella's with Graham's fortune would be decided in Adam's favor. All he had to do was take one last decisive step. Ella arrived by cab at the office where the experts who dealt with Graham's assets worked. The employees greeted her kindly and went on about their business. They had nothing much to report to her. The woman entered Adam's office in the corner of a large open-plan room. Adam stood up from the table and greeted Ella warmly but without a handshake. She walked over, and at his invitation, sat on the edge of a chair by his desk. "So, what do we have today? Why the rush to sign this document? We were not planning this deal until next month," Ella asks. Adam answered, spreading the documents on the table and turning them toward Ella so she could read and sign them immediately. "Yes, here are additional circumstances that have arisen. This deal needs to be resolved now. We can transfer their money into our accounts tomorrow if you sign all this. It will help us earn more by investing double the amount in the agreed-upon stocks." Ella was a little confused. "Well, our lawyers usually prepare to sign such documents. Why are we signing it now, without their visa?" Adam looked at her confidently and, in a convincing tone, explained to her, like a teacher to a pupil. "This decision is urgent. It happens in business. We cannot wait for the lawyers to check every word of this contract. Trust me, I checked it out. There is nothing wrong there. It is just a question of the timing of the start of cooperation. The sooner we start work, the more money we make. But of course, the final decision is yours." Ella felt a mountain of responsibility piling up on her. Her insecurity made her trust Adam, and the woman uttered, "Well, okay. I will sign the whole thing. Only then, give me a report on the current results of the deal as soon as our money is merged with their assets." With these words, Ella took the fountain pen, filled it with dark blue ink and signed sheet after sheet. As she progressed in signing the many sheets of paper, Adam's face grew more and more satisfied. Finally, she finished signing the documents and set them aside. "You will send me copies later, of course, will not you?" she said in a half-questioning and half-ordering tone. "Of course. What a question. I will send them as soon as I register the transaction with the notary," Adam answered, throwing his hands up, pretending to surrender to her, as if she were the victor. Ella raised her eyebrows.
"At the notary?
"Why? Is that not a regular transaction?" "I have not heard that yet," Adam said soothingly. "Do not worry. Everything is normal, you just do not have experience with this kind of thing yet. The notary authenticates the signatures on the document, and that is it. I will make us copies of the contract, certified by the notary." Ella turned and returned to his office door, waving goodbye to Adam. Adam sank into his chair, just melting with pleasure. He got her signature. Her signature, without all the electronic digital gimmicks, lawyers and notaries. Now, he could carry out his plan. They would still see what he was worthy of. The woman who refused him. Even his kiss was not possible. Ella's conduct was like that of her husband, Graham, who has always placed Adam second in everything. But now Adam would show them all what he was worthy. Adam turned in his chair toward the window, put both feet on the windowsill, and began humming a fancy tune, tapping its rhythm on the table with his fingers. Everything was going the way he wanted it to. Chapter 19. The month flew by, as Ella worked on the day-to-day business of managing Graham's condition. One morning, Ella came out of her bedroom into the kitchen and heard the doorbell ring. The mail carrier was on the screen when she went to the machine. She opened the door and was handed an envelope signed for delivery and receipt by the addressee. Els signed for the letter on the deliveryman's dashboard and returned to the house looking perplexed at the sender's address and name. At breakfast, the woman opened the envelope. Her resignation from her employment as Mr. Anderson's asset manager and her need to leave his mansion within 1 month of this notice was stated on a piece of paper that dropped to the ground. Ella sank back in her chair in shock. The envelope fell to the floor, the piece of paper trembling in her hand. What did it mean? She reread the document and saw that a law firm unknown to her had signed it. Ella grabbed the phone and dialed the number of Graham's company lawyer. The same Mr. Smith, with whom she had already worked a little on Graham's contracts, answered her. The man began the conversation with neutral and polite greetings, but Ella interrupted him. "I just got an eviction notice from the company and Graham's house." "From our house? What does that mean?" The man was silent, and then asked her, "Did not you make these decisions yourself?" Ella cried out in utter anger. "Am I crazy?" The lawyer continued in an even tone. "Well, if that is the case, then it is probably some mistake. We, too, received a notice of termination from our law firm, effective as of today. I thought you had all agreed. I am sorry. Inspect, there is a reference to your contract with that company." The woman, already perplexed, asks, "But I signed nothing like that. It is a mistake." Then suddenly, something hit her head, and she stared dumbfounded at the wall. "No, I have only signed one document without an electronic signature for Adam. A month ago." The lawyer also continued his sentence without emotion. "So that happened. Were there witnesses to your signature?" "No." "Then, it would be hard to prove anything and give a break to changing the ownership of the assets. The decision to put the assets at Mr. Adams' disposal went into effect yesterday. I did not know you were completely out of the loop. He now manages Mr. Anderson's assets and may sell them, something you did not have in your power of attorney from Mr. Anderson. Ella stared at the wall. The woman was completely in shock. Adam? How could he? Is not he a friend of Graham's? Then, in a hoarse voice, she said, I am. I need to understand what happened. Thank you for your information. Maybe I will contact you again if I get more information. Ella disconnected the connection. She put the phone down on the table next to her plate of omelets and sat staring at the wall. A wave of panic rose in her chest. Ella extinguished it, balling her hands into fists. Young woman felt she had to stay calm, completely calm. Otherwise, she needs help to make sense of the situation. Chapter 20. After sitting at the table for a while, Ella frantically wondered what she could do about the situation. She had signed none of this. Adam had given her a contract to sign with a client. One unusual thing was that the contract had to be signed urgently, without the participation of other company managers and lawyers, and in an old-fashioned way, in her hand, without electronic signature keys. The woman looked around. The building seemed perfectly normal, as if nothing had happened. Maybe the building had outlived its owners, and Graham was one of many to own it. Perhaps the mansion had not cared for those who lived there for a long time. Ella cares, she was set up. What will Graham think now, when he learns Adam has gained all the rights to the fortune of a man who trusted and considered him his friend? Meanwhile, Adam was drawing up all the documents for transferring all of Graham's assets to his company, the one with which he had forced Ella to sign a contract. However, the young woman did not read all the contract pages as he had expected, and his company received all the rights to dispose of Graham's assets. Adam was very pleased with himself. This poor girl cannot prove anything to anyone. There were no witnesses. The contract is designed so that it is tough to challenge, even through the courts. That clean-cut Graham would do nothing either. By the time he deigns to reappear on the horizon, all assets will have been transferred out of the country to one of those places with tax haven conditions. Adam had dealt with such transactions before, only Graham knew nothing about it. Adam was approached by specific individuals who wanted money transferred out of the country. Adam did not ask why this was but arranged such matters with the banks. He knew well that people had good reasons for taking money out of the country. However, Adam preferred not to ask unnecessary questions and quietly learned who was doing it and how. Then, he collected compromising data on these people and hoped this information would be helpful to him someday. So now, for his purposes, Adam had made all the operations quickly and deftly. He was very pleased with himself. Everything had turned out just as he had planned. In another couple of days, the assets would be transferred to foreign bank accounts, where it would be challenging to trace their further movements between separate accounts in different banks and other countries. Adam did not think about the fact that what he was doing now was a crime. Theft. Fraud. All he thought about was that no one would catch him in these operations. Why? Because others, whom he had helped, had managed to get away with it. He did not follow the fate of other people's money taken out that way. He did not want to leave a trace in his correspondence with those banks, or on the internet. That is why he conducted all transactions only on his separate cell phone using secure communication channels. Ella entered the chief's office at the exact moment in time. Unfortunately, the woman found no one else she could turn to for advice on such a sensitive matter. Mr. Smith, the company lawyer, did not strike her as friendly and understanding enough to talk to. However, she should have started with him. Ella was afraid of him. When the woman entered the chief's office, he was sitting, as always, leaning heavily back in his chair and rocking back in it. The older man's gaunt long legs were thrown over his desk, and his arms were crossed behind his head. When he saw Ella, he raised his graying eyebrows in surprise, stood up quickly, approached her, and seeing the tears in her eyes, suddenly and touchingly hugged her gently. The young woman burst into tears. She needed his support so much now, his or someone she knew. Ella soon calmed down. The chief poured her some tea from the thermos he had on the table, and asked her sincerely, "Well, how did you fall into that trap?" There was both sympathy and sarcasm in his voice at the same time. He could not leave his role as Grey Cardinal and preferred participating in an exciting project, which seemed to be Ella's problem with Graham's assets. Who knows? Maybe the chief wanted a lead to influence Graham again, even though Graham was no longer his boss. Ella thought nothing of it. Her nerves were on edge. The woman tried to calm down, and told the chief everything she knew about the fraud of which she had become a victim. The chief listened intently. He was not surprised that it was someone like Adam, a close friend of a rich man like Graham, who turned out to be a traitor to his wealthy friend's interests. The chief had seen enough in life not to be surprised. He would not judge who people were capable of what, but he had long since stopped being surprised by their actions. The chief knew well that people were capable of anything. Some can do anything for the sake of loved ones or people, by saving victims of a fire, or giving their kidney or bone marrow to a sick friend or relative. Others will do anything for money or power. Adam was one of the latter, of which the chief had long been convinced. After Graham left the corporation, Adam followed him to work on Graham's assets. Over the years they had worked together at the corporation, the chief had realized Adam's faint envy of Graham. And it was all right that one of them was jealous. It seemed natural with such a difference in income as the head of the corporation and his friend, a mere manager, had. However, Graham did not seem to notice anything of the sort, and he proudly presented Adam as his friend. After listening to Ella, the chief leaned back in his chair again and swayed in it, twirling a pencil in his long, dry fingers. He was silent. He was thinking, and Ella did not disturb him. Suddenly, he got up, went to the window, and watered his ficus as if nothing had happened. That is when Ella could not stand it. "Well, what do you think? What can be done? I have to get my money back, or I will end up in jail when Graham comes. I signed those documents." There was despair in the young woman's voice. The chief put the carafe of water on the windowsill, turned to Ella, and said, "Ella, I know what we have to do. We have to find Graham. Without him, we cannot prove anything." Ella stared at the chief. "But how?" "Well, yes, I knew where he might have lunch. I hired a private detective. But I decided I would never look for him first, because he left me alone and thus just forced me to dispose of all his possessions." There was a sound of anger in the woman's voice. The thought that she should rush out to find Graham terrified her and angered her. Fear of his reaction and pride prevented her from admitting to herself that it was time to put all these thoughts aside and get on with the one thing that was most important now. To recover her husband's assets by proving that her signature had been fraudulently used. The chief looked at Ella carefully while saying in a low voice, "Understand that only a real capital owner can stop Adam now. We must hurry. I understand that usually fraudsters try to hide the money so that after a while, no one will find a trace of where it was transferred. They put it into stocks or funds, or even cash it in countries that allow you to do this. Then nobody will find a trace of it. Now time is our main ally. Where did you say Graham shows up a lot?" "Yeah, right there. Look at the clock. Can you see if it is time to go to lunch? So which cafe shall we choose?" "The one where Graham might be, of course." "Let us go." The chief, swift as a deer in the woods, ran out into the corridor of the corporate building. The flaps of his light jacket fluttered, his white hair poking out. He spun his heels back toward Ella, who could barely keep up with him.
Hurry, hurry. We only have half an hour.
Otherwise, we will miss the train. He shouted to Ella. What train? Here is a cab. Take a cab. Ella shouted to him back. The chief stared at her in surprise. This young woman will not be lost. She may have been crying on his shoulder just a few minutes ago, but she knows how to pull herself together and go into battle. Let us go. The chief, flapping his light jacket fluttering, rushed to the cab. They got into the car, which sped off and raced through the streets of downtown toward the city's outskirts. Chapter 21. Graham, as usual, was on his way to the inconspicuous cafe where he had made a habit of dining with his colleagues on the project. He thought of when he could return home, embrace Ella, and live the old life of a regular bourgeois. Though getting waves of adrenaline from the current assignment, he could not yet imagine what he would do with his time after such a project. Business seemed to him to be a field, plowed and studied everywhere. With these thoughts, Graham drove his old gray car to the cafe, where a young woman, a bright blonde-haired woman, was already waving to him. The first thing that struck the eye when he looked at her was her beautiful figure with high breasts, a thin waist, and long, shapely legs. Only later did one notice her arms were lean and muscular, like an athlete. Then one could see that her legs looked like those of a trained track and field athlete. Perhaps some men would have found her body too trained for an ordinary woman. However, she was not at all embarrassed by this. Clearly, she enjoyed the attention of men and the envious glances of some women. Graham approached her table, and the gazes of many men were taken away from Helena with frustration and envy. She was busy. The assessment of her rival was not in favor of the men present. Graham was winning the battle with them at once with one look, with one presence like a samurai. Elena gave Graham a welcoming but friendly smile and tapped the table, showing her where he could sit. Graham sat down and studied the lunch menu. Elena was not at all interested in Graham. He was too much the same type of man as she was, passionate about his career and accomplishments. Now he is married. Helena was also fascinated with men, but not like Graham. In contrast to her activity and militancy, she liked creative men more than executives or special agents. Suddenly, the cafe doors opened, and Chief and Ella burst into the hall in a whirlwind. Ella noticed Graham right away. But of course, that woman is next to him. Ella's first reaction was to rush away from this shame. He is here spending time with this mistress, and Ella is forced to look for him and help him get his damn money back. The young woman froze on the doorstep of the cafe, while the chief approached the table where Graham sat. From the corner of his eye, Graham noticed some movement in the cafe, unusual for this place, and looked up. First, he saw the chief and then Ella, standing in the cafe's doorway like a doe, trying to escape from him as if chained to the spot. Ella's eyes were full of tears, but she straightened her back, proudly raised her head, and slowly approached him regularly to Graham. Then, as if struck by thunder, Graham tried to get up from the table, but the chief put his hand on his shoulder and gently forced him to sit back down at the table. Graham, hello. We have an urgent matter. Can we talk to you now? Graham replied. Yes, of course. Then he stood up and, ignoring the chief's hand outstretched to greet him, took a step toward Ella, trying to hug her. Still, the woman stepped back from him, clutching her purse and glaring at Helena. Ella, dear, how did you find me? Graham asked, looking at her, friendly and embarrassed. Let us go to the terrace, we can talk quietly there. Ella was still looking at Helena, who nodded kindly at them, and ate her salad deliberately and calmly, realizing that a family drama was about to break out. Graham still tried to put his arm around Ella's shoulders to lead her onto the terrace. Still, the young woman abruptly pulled away and walked ahead of him without looking back. The chief stood aside and watched the whole scene. He knew not to interfere in the first moments of the lovers' communication. He could see that the couple was in love.
Only they did not realize it.
One is resentful of her man while immersed in his ambitious projects. Therefore, the chief just went after them in silence. He did not resent Graham for ignoring him. Such are the laws of passion. Lovers see only each other as long as their love is alive. If the passion becomes something else like work or other hobbies, it also occupies the passionate person's full attention. The chief understood this well, as his love was about building his influence in the corporate world. The chief watched as Ella turned to Graham on the terrace, and he stood before her confused, like a delinquent boy. Ella looked at her husband, as if she were studying him again. Here, she had finally met him. Her husband spends his time in the company of a woman whose outward attractiveness is superior to her, Ella. Now what? Where is the rabid jealousy that ate Ella up when she saw this woman in the photo in the detective's report? Why does she not feel any more heartache? Now, they look at each other, as if they were seeing each other for the first time. Ella must clear her conscience before Graham and admit she has not met his expectations. He entrusted her with all his possessions, and she had not lived up to his trust. However, Graham saw not the young girl who had fallen so desperately in love with him, but a young woman who looked at him expectantly as if she did not know him. Graham felt seized by the fear of losing her forever, the one who had loved him. But he was taking advantage of her, playing ambitious games. Graham was the first to break the lingering silence. "Hello, Ella." "Hello, my love." It was as if Ella had been struck with a whip. The woman recoiled from Graham and shrieked indignantly.
"Never call me beloved again."
"Leave it for others, those who will continue to play games according to your rules." Graham was silent, and then continued in a voice that suggested a great deal of nervous tension. "All right, I will not call you that, Ella. I realize circumstances are not conducive for you to believe me." The chief finally intervened in the conversation. "I understand, young people, but our business, Ella, cannot wait. Let me tell Graham what this is all about. Why did we had to disturb his peace?" The last phrase did sound sarcastic, after all. Graham finally shifted his gaze from Ella's face to the chief, and looked at him questioningly. The chief continued. "Graham, this is the urgent business that brought us to you. Adam has got all your assets at his disposal." Graham's eyebrows went up. "What do you mean by this, all my assets?" "Ella." He shifted his gaze to his wife, and she blushed in shame and pain, and lowered her head, answering him in a suppressed voice. "Yes, that is right. Adam fraudulently got my signature on the contract. He forged another contract next, and could gain control of all three assets. We do not own them anymore, Graham. I am sorry." Saying this, Ella stared at the floor, not daring to see on Graham's face the disgust and contempt that should invariably be reserved for someone as short-sighted as she should. However, when she looked up at Graham, he looked at her with pride and love. He admired Ella. The woman looked at her husband in amazement, not understanding what was wrong with him. He must despise her. She had not justified his trust and lost all his money, and who got it? His best friend and former confidant, Adam. Graham stepped toward Ella and embraced her, kissing her hair. The young woman had no strength to resist, and stood there, suddenly melting into his embrace of tenderness and warmth. The woman pressed against Graham with her whole body, and wrapped both arms around him. Graham's deep, even breathing soothed her. Ella relaxed and let him hold her even more tightly. All her problems receded into the background: loss of money, Adam's deception, his attempt to seduce her, that beautiful companion of Graham's. It all became irrelevant when he embraced her like that. In his hands, Ella became a soft mass from which he would mold himself into a new here, better than before. The couple stood there with their arms around each other. The chief observed them with the fascination of a man involved in romantic games, and he treated any expression of passion with sarcasm. His main feeling of the last time was sarcasm. Ella, however, was the first to wake up from this obsession and tried to pull away. "Graham, we need to discuss everything." Graham did not let her out until he felt she was not resisting him. Then he pulled away from her and, looking into her eyes, said, "I can see you are at your limit. It would be best if you rested, Ella. I will walk you home, and you can tell me all about it on the way. Okay?" He was addressing not only her, but also the chief. The chief nodded in agreement, seeing that a typical business conversation would not work here. Instead, we had to submit to the rhythm of these two crazy, ambitious lovers. One of them sacrifices his family for some obscure but important case. In contrast, the other offers her everyday family life to prove she is worthy of her husband's choice and trust. Oh, those young people. Chapter 22. The trio, Graham, Ella, and the chief, arrived at Graham's mansion. Ella had recovered from Graham's embrace on the way home, and her irritation and insecurity toward him returned. She was about to tell him everything that had happened with Adam on business, and that would be the end. Perhaps she should declare her intention to divorce Graham. He has that woman. Graham was using her as a hired employee. So, Ella reasoned as they rode in Graham's car to his mansion. Graham entered his house and immediately noticed that everything was well maintained. There were flowers in vases, no dust, and the carpets were clean. His favorite cigars were in a box on the hall table. Graham looked at Ella. She walked into their house like a hostess, not at all embarrassed that the men were watching her in amazement. After all, she had lived here for months. Months, and alone. She cleaned and scrubbed herself. Yes, she bought her flowers to put in vases. She changed the sheets on her bed. Where was her husband? Spending time with that blonde-haired woman? In the house, Ella suddenly felt that she had the right to behave as if she were the mistress of this house. After all, she had taken care of everything and spent months here. If all Graham wanted were this house and a fortune, Ella would leave the house and Graham in a heartbeat. Graham walked silently through the house, immersed in thought. The chief waited quietly in the hallway for Graham to be ready to continue the conversation. He knew Graham well from their former work for the corporation, and knew that Graham would only start talking when he had some decision. That happened now. Graham finally stopped and said, "Ella, I understand you signed a contract with Adam's company to manage our assets. Right?" Ella replied, "Maybe, but only I did not know." Graham interrupted her. "I believe you did not know what Adam used your signature for. I believe in you. Now, I need to figure out how I can stop Adam. I am sure he will try to spread the money to various shell firms and get it out of the country as soon as possible." Ella cried out in horror. "But then, what are we standing around for? Let us go to the police. I cannot wait around like this, listening to you and the chief's versions of what Adam will do with these assets. I am responsible for all of this. We have got to do something, and now." Graham said soothingly, "Ella, you have nothing more to worry about. I cannot tell you everything, but I can trace all the actions of Adam and his companies if you give me a copy of this contract." Ella looked at Graham with surprise. "You are? By yourself? What about the police? Will Adam get away with it?" It is not enough to get the money back. He has to get the punishment he deserves. Graham looked at Ella with respect and fondness, saying, "Yes, you are right. But you do not know everything. I have to deal with Adam myself. Can you get a copy of the contract that gives him the right to dispose of our assets?" Ella noticed that the word ours was mentioned, which suddenly gave her more hope for her future with Graham than all his passionate assurances of his feelings for her. It sounded real. So, she had not been poring over his accounts and studying the boring entries in his company books for nothing. The young woman perked up and replied, "Yes, I will try to get that copy of the contract. I will do it right now." With these words, Ella took out her cell phone and sent a message to one company manager. She hoped he would help them, even if it meant risking his job. In a minute, Ella proudly handed Graham the text of the contract he was interested in printing on a nearby printer. Graham grabbed the contract and glanced over it. There was a shadow of concern on his face, and his cheekbones were set with jowls. Yet when he spoke again, there was steel in his voice. "Okay, Ella, you stay here in the house. Chief, you need to go to your office and not show any sign of knowing anything about this subject. If Adam turns to you, you know nothing about the fact that such an event as the theft of my assets happened or that Ella or you saw me." The chief nodded and answered in a conspiratorial tone, "It all makes sense. Good luck, Graham." Graham glanced at the chief in surprise, but chose not to elaborate on the exciting tone of his reply. The important thing was that the chief did everything as Graham demanded. Since the chief had gotten into this mess, he would have to follow Graham's instructions as before when Graham had been his boss. The chief also understood everything. From now on, the game would go by Graham's rules. What exactly Graham intended to do remained unclear to him. Still, in the back of the chief's mind, the thought suddenly formed that Graham was not very surprised when Ella told him that Adam had stolen his fortune. Graham suspected something of the sort. Otherwise, he would have paid no more attention to appeasing Ella than he did to resent his friend's revelation of betrayal. Graham turned to Ella. "I realize you may disbelieve me, but I must disappear again for a few days. During that time, I hope I can deal with Adam and his fraud. Can you wait for me a little longer, my love?" There was such a plea in his voice that Ella could not stay angry with him, and answered, "Yes, Graham, I will wait. I will wait." Graham looked at her, feeling proud of her, and resentful of himself for letting such a fantastic woman go for a while. He was sure he had almost lost her trust. Graham had expected Ella to tantrum about his absence and that blonde colleague he had lunch with, but it had not turned out that way. Instead, Graham was proud of Ella's restraint, comparing her behavior to what he would have expected from women he knew spoiled by wealthy husbands. That was why he had chosen her to be his wife. That is why she is unusual. She is different. These thoughts gave Graham strength, and he calmly said goodbye to Ella and went to the car, quietly discussing something with the chief on the way. Ella looked after them, standing in the villa's doorway. So, he was leaving her again. When would she see him again? Under what circumstances? Though he spoke to her tenderly, it is quite possible that he needed her only as a partner and confidant in this game, the struggle for his fortune. Ella looked after the departing men, who seemed oblivious to her existence. Women cannot switch gears so quickly, but men can. Now only Graham was embracing her. Only he was in her thoughts, but Graham was in his struggle for fortune. The woman is out of the way. Her destiny was to sit and wait for men to bring her the carcass of a slain mammoth. Ella turned away from the window, where dust had already settled on the road, raised by Graham's driven-off car. Ella was alone again. Again, she had to wait for him to show up. Then what would happen? Ella stared thoughtfully at the sunset, which poured orange all around. The sun was setting, its rays coloring everything around her orange, red, and purple. Ella turned away from the window and went into the bedroom. There, in the bedroom, was a wide queen-sized bed, in which she and Graham had loved each other only once, awaited her. Just once. Ella collapsed onto the bed without strength, and fell asleep without removing her clothes. Chapter 23. Adam was very pleased with himself. The man had succeeded. He became rich. He would replace other people's opinions with the helpfulness of his cronies. It is not so important to be loved as feared and envied. He learned these lessons by participating in corporate games for power, and therefore for money. But energy and money can be enjoyed indefinitely. It is like smoking, it is addictive. That is why he compared the passion for power to tobacco. He only smoked because Graham smoked. However, Graham only smoked cigars when he had to rotate with business associates who still had the habit. Adam did not enjoy smoking. He smoked only because he wanted to imitate Graham. When he realized this lousy habit had taken hold of him, he quit smoking. Adam wanted nothing to influence him from the outside. Not bad habits, not women. Ella was the only one who hurt him. She did not give in to his advances. Who did she think she was? Her beloved Graham would return, and he would throw her out of his life as soon as he realized Ella had failed his project and lost money. Adam has set this self-righteous damsel up well. Now, she will know how to get into men's power games. She and her beloved hubby are left with no money. Adam was working out at the gym. These thoughts about himself and Ella were constantly running through his head, just as non-stop as he pedaled his bicycle. Why does this not let Ella go away from his thoughts? He got everything. Almost everything. Adam went to the locker room, stood under the shower and closed his eyes, enjoying the jets of cool water that rushed over his head and body. Ella appeared before his eyes. She walked to the shower stall, opened the curtain, and stepped under the water jets in a white tank top and light summer pants. The young woman pressed herself against him with her whole body. Adam wrapped his arms around her, pulled her tighter against him, groaned with pleasure and opened his eyes. The obsession was gone. There was no one beside him. So, what was bothering Adam was that he did not have it all yet. If he cannot enjoy his success, he has to solve the problem. Besides Graham's fortune, he will get Ella already in his pocket. He will get her, and leave her with nothing. Then, she will know how to reject a man like him. Adam got out of the shower, rubbed his trained body with a towel, and went to get dressed. He got dressed leisurely. He went outside and started looking for his car in the parking lot. Suddenly, he flinched. Ella was standing in front of his car. Had she been in the shower with him just now? Was it an obsession or the truth? Adam, smiling tautly, slowly approached Ella and said warily, "Hello, Ella. How are you doing?" The young woman, smiling affably and looking directly into his eyes, straightened up, smiled, and answered, "Hello, Adam. Good, thank you. How are you doing? Is everything all right?" Adam looked for signs of mockery or irritation in her tone, but heard none. On the contrary, her voice was friendly and gave no hint of undertones. Adam relaxed a little. "I thought you did not want to see me again. I understand everything. I am bad. I took everything you owned from you. That is just life. It is all about playing and losing. And some like me win." Ella looked at Adam, seemingly wholly calm. "Yes," she agreed. "That happens in life. What do you think you are going to do now?" Adam did not expect these questions and hesitated to answer.
Am I
Doing? Well, what do you do with money? Huge money? It has to be managed. And that is what I am going to do. I am going to do it right now. There was a sneer in his voice. What did Ella think she was doing? Did she believe he would be confused if she came to him like this unannounced? What on earth did she want? Ella hesitated a little and was a little embarrassed. Twirling her wedding ring on her hand, she said, Adam, would you like to have dinner together? I broke up with Graham. I realized he was using me as an employee, only with the bonus of being in bed. It was your entire fault, by the way. So you owe me at least dinner. Adam stared at her in utter amazement, so Graham had lost. Of course, it would have been much more interesting to get her than when Graham was with her. However, it was still attractive. He had just had an adventure in the shower. He had to get rid of this obsession. The only way to do that was to sleep with her. All will pass, just like with the other women. None of them had hooked Adam so much that he wanted to see her again and again. He did not have a long-term relationship, did Graham. Career and money came first for both. So, what did this Ella do to Graham? Adam, still looking at Ella incredulously, spread his hands and said, Well, my bad. Then I invite you to dinner tonight. Will you come by yourself, or shall I pick you up? Ella, smiling instead smugly, answered softly, I will come by myself. Send me a message telling me where and what time to meet. Adam, already smiling, dared to touch her shoulder. Sure, give me some time. You will not regret it, I promise you. Ella smiled, waved goodbye, and walked toward the bus stop. Delighted at the prospect, Adam got in the car and sat there for 5 minutes without moving. He would not take this rebel girl out into the world again. Instead, he would invite her to his house. There he would get what he deserved, all of her. Or just her body. Despite not being incredibly attractive, she gives the guy beside her power. Maybe the way she looks at you, openly, with trust. Adam shook his head and moved with those thoughts. It would all have to be resolved today, and he would be free of this obsession. Or was it guilt that drew him to her? He finally started his car and raced down the freeway to his home. Chapter 24. Ella was getting ready to go out with Adam. A couple of days ago, she would never have approached him, but now she had to reconcile with him to punish him for thinking he could take people's property. Unfortunately, Adam was so fond of taking advantage of what belonged to someone else that he tried to steal Ella as well. This is precisely what she played on. Ella told no one that Adam tried to get her by force. Not even those close to her. She could not admit it to her husband, besides missing out on his money. So now she had to act so that Graham would never know that Adam wanted to get her too, besides the rest of Graham's property. Ultimately, Ella felt it would be far more painful for Graham than losing the money. Losing money was their man's game in progress. It was their competition. Losing his woman was already an irreparable loss. Ella carefully styled her hair. The young woman wore relatively bright makeup, which was quite unusual for her. She wore a tight black dress with a plunging neckline in the front. Focused on her. It was done if a man's gaze slid down the dress's neckline. He was interested. Ella did it all, somehow intuitively. No one had taught her the psychology of attracting men, which she now regretted. Somehow, for Graham, Ella had never needed to prepare for an outing like this, aware of the effect an outfit could have. Graham just saw her for who she was, every minute of every day. For Adam, Ella had to do something not in her habits. She knew she would not get a second chance to blunt Adam's wariness, so she did everything her friends did when they went to parties: bright makeup, flashy jewelry, a short revealing dress, and high heels. Leaving Graham's villa, where Ella might have been for a couple of days before the end of the week, Ella got into a cab she had ordered and drove to the address Adam had sent her. She still needed to check what the address was. Ella expected the cabbie to figure it out on his own. But in her heart, she knew it would probably be Adam's home address because that was her intention. She wanted access to his secret files and keys to his bank accounts. The cab arrived at the place. Ella wore a light raincoat with a scent on it. As the young woman paid the cab driver, he turned and whistled approvingly as she drove away. Ella stood on the side of the road, looking around the building where Adam's apartment was. It was fancy, something like a former red brick warehouse converted into loft-style housing. Ella saw where the front door to the building was and walked toward it, adjusting her dress as she went. She pressed the buzzer, and Adam's voice answered almost immediately. "Hi, come on in and I will be right down to meet you. You will not find it yourself." Swaying slightly on her heels, Ella remained waiting by the front door, leaning against its jamb. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Adam appeared, clearly preparing for his date. He was clean-shaven, the thick smell of expensive cologne almost irritating. However, he leaned back and cocked his square chin when speaking with his interlocutor. Adam's gaze seemed to come from far away from his bull's eyes, immediately displeasing Ella, an almost physical dislike. All this Ella noticed only now. How could she have liked him then? Although other women would indeed have found him a handsome man, he was nothing compared to Graham. How could she ever dare to go near him again? But it had to be done for Graham's sake. These thoughts flashed through Ella's mind in a couple of seconds. The young woman smiled at Adam and slipped into the gap between the jam and Adam's body. Her hair touched his chin, and he smelled a mixture of cleanly washed body and light floral perfume. The whole thing excited him. He already imagined throwing Ella on the bed and taking her by force. Then he pulled himself back. No, you cannot do that. She might claim rape. He had to be careful and take her in such a way that she agreed to everything. The man looked after Ella, who did not understand his confusion. He walked along the corridor to find the entrance to his loft. Adam caught up with her. "Sorry, I wanted to show you around. This is where the famous artist lives. And here," he pointed to the door, "is where I live here." With these words, he opened his apartment door and invited Ella in with an almost theatrical gesture. Ella went into his loft. Inside, everything was darkened. The interior had a deliberately masculine design: steel, chrome, and many navies, blue and gray. The walls were red brick. A full-wall window overlooked the bay and the lights of skyscrapers on the opposite shore. Dark fur covered a vast bed. While Ella looked around the loft, Adam prepared drinks behind the bar. He brought champagne, light hors d'oeuvres, and tall, narrow glasses on a tray. He poured the sizzling champagne into 2 glasses and served one to Ella. The woman took her glass and sipped her champagne gradually as she listened to Adam's smug account of his loft. Ella quietly looked around Adam's place while Adam told her how and how much he paid for the loft. Her goal was not to acknowledge the stylishness and expensiveness of Adam's choices. Instead, the young woman was looking for a place where files could be hidden. She had seen before that Adam habitually took everything he had done for the day in copies on a thumb drive back to his house after each workday. Ella needed to find such a small object as this memory. Where in this vast space could he hide such a small thing? Adam drank more champagne and poured it for Ella. He was so caught up in his story of the loft that he overlooked Ella was barely drinking. While he turned away, the woman played along. She poured the glass into a large pot with an ornamental artificial flower. Adam loved himself so much that even the flower in his loft was unnatural. After all, a natural one would have to have cared, for he was incapable of that. Adam did not want to let the housekeeper in, either. Then, he would have to build a safe into the wall, which meant that, at the very least, the installation company would know he needed one. If so, that would mean Adam kept something valuable at home. In this age of all electronic things, he did not want anyone to think he was holding something of value in physical form in his home. It was a risk. Ella realized she would have to work hard to find what she wanted. Meanwhile, Adam moved closer and touched her knees with his hand, telling her about his achievements. Then, the young woman realized that he intended to begin the second part of the evening, to sleep with her. The narcissistic peacock. Ella thought. She now assessed such a situation as a game. She knew now that she understood what and how Adam could do, and hoped she had calculated all her actions correctly. Adam put his arm around her. After all, he tried to be gentle. The brat had come to him alone. She would not be pulling out of his arms now, as she had in the nightclub. Ella, with a mysterious smile, pulled away a little, and looking at him playfully, whispered, "I have to go to the bathroom for a few minutes. Well, got to take care of some lady stuff before we..." And laughed a quiet, chesty laugh. Adam reluctantly let her go, but was quite relaxed, answering, "Okay, sure. Just hurry. See, I cannot hold back anymore. I like you so much." His voice was already floating. Besides not drinking her champagne, Ella secretly slipped some sleeping pills into Adam's glass. Soon, he would fall asleep. But unfortunately, sleeping drugs plus alcohol give that combination. Ella knew this from the experience of a relative constantly getting into bad situations when he mixed his medication and alcohol. Still glancing at Adam, sitting on the couch and falling asleep, Ella sauntered toward the bathroom. Then, glancing back, she saw that the man had collapsed on the cushions, his head bobbing slightly and drooping. A snore was heard. "Oh my God!" It worked. Ella walked along the loft wall, looking for many hiding places. She did not know how long he would sleep, so she hurried. Ella walked around the perimeter of the room, and found nothing. When she was about to give up hope of finding the hiding place, she leaned her hand on Adam's desk, and oh, wonder! She had not even noticed an unusually narrow drawer popped out of it. Ella rummaged through its contents, and after a few seconds, triumphantly pulled out the very thumb drive Adam usually used when he took the files. He was working out of the office with him. Nothing in the other drawers suggested keys and passwords to bank accounts. The young woman rushed to the exit of the loft. Only once did she look back at Adam. He was still asleep in the chair. Ella slammed the loft door shut quietly behind her and stepped outside. Catching the first cab at the intersection, the woman drove downtown. She did not want to go to her house or Graham's mansion. Ella just wanted a break, perhaps from all the men making her suffer so much. Ella chose a small, unassuming hotel by the seashore and got the key to her room. Entering the room, she tossed her purse into the chair by the bed. In this small purse were those little things Ella had stolen from Adam. The flash drive with Adam's passwords burned her mind like a hot iron. The woman opened the window, the fresh night air rushing into the room. Before doing something else, Ella showered to refresh her body and mind. She needed water's freshness and touching her skin, cleaning all the stress of the last hours with Adam. After a hasty shower, Ella threw her clothes on her purse, which she did not want to see now, lay on the bed without energy, and instantly fell asleep. Chapter 25. The following day, Graham was surprised. On his desk in the office there was an envelope with his name but no address or sender's name. Graham looked around, but no one commented on it. Instead, everyone was busy with their projects. Graham cautiously opened the envelope and saw the flash drive in it. He knew instantly that Ella had succeeded. She had followed all his instructions and gotten this information. How had Ella gotten those files from Adam? Still, what a good job she did. The woman would not be lost without him, Graham thought suddenly, and he felt a prick in his heart. What if she did not need him? What then? Who does he have? All these women who are after his money. It is natural for them. They want their man to care for them and their children. The larger the size of such a man's fortune, the better. This is how it works in nature for many species of animals and birds. The stronger one, who can build a better nest, who knows how to show his best side, like the peacock, gets the female. People have not gone far from nature, although they think the human mind gives them an advantage. Yes, there is a survival advantage in certain conditions. However, mainly humans are driven by the same force, the need to survive. Why is this so? Because no man has yet gotten around nature and started living by his laws. No one. Graham did not condemn those who sought more money. Just like himself, all of them were fighting for survival and a better place in the sun. Essentially, Graham did not even hold a grudge against Adam. He was playing a game with him in which Graham was still stronger. Adam would soon realize that he had lost. Such thoughts raced through Graham's mind as he carried the flash drive to the bank controllers. He forced himself to concentrate on the case. Graham found the fitting room, entered it, and went through the monitoring devices that seemed to scan everything from his eyes to the rhythm of his heart. All was okay, so that Graham could enter the room. The door closed behind him, and Graham found himself in an ordinary room occupied by racks of equipment, and in the corner sat two young men with headphones on their ears. Both were studying something on the monitors that covered the corner. It seemed impossible for an ordinary person to understand what was displayed there: graphs, tables, and ticking lines of information. Graham walked up to one person and tapped him on the shoulder. After a few seconds' delay, this man looked up at Graham with a mute question, like, "What do you want?" The guy looked at Graham, saw the memory stick, and had no questions. He plugged the memory stick into his computer. The computer guy said, "First, let us check for viruses and spyware. Here, everything is fine. Now let us see what you brought us." Graham stood silently, staring at the monitor. The guy displayed a table, and numbers and letters flashed on the screen. Picking up the password, the guy commented. Graham nodded understandingly, still standing behind the guy. Then, the lines of the table appeared on the screen, with long sausages of numbers and letters in the cells. "You have brought us a treasure," exclaimed the guy. "It has all the data about where these sums are and when they were transferred there." Graham looked at the entries on the table and said, "I am interested in recent transactions from here. They need to be traced and cancelled on my behalf. I will deal with the legalities later." The guy looked up at Graham for the first time and said with surprise, "So, this is not our operation?" Graham shook his head. "Not ours but mine. I will pay you back when I have to." The guy replied, "You know, we may not do this on employer resources. But I will trace the money. If you can prove to your boss that it is criminally deprived, we will get the green light and put everything on hold. Hurry, every minute counts now." Graham nodded appreciatively and quickly left the room, heading toward his boss. The door to his supervisor was open. He had no secrets in this team, as he acted as a process coordinator. Graham came into the room, said hello, and got right to the point. "I found myself in a problematic situation. My money is trying to be withdrawn from the country. I have received the information to suspend the transactions. Can we proceed with the transaction to get the money back? The boss stared at Graham in surprise. What? And you got beaten up? Who? Graham reluctantly mumbled.
My friend.
Fooled my wife. The boss looked at Graham incredulously. How did you let that happen? Well, there are options here because she is in cahoots with him. Graham threw up his head and protested in fervor. I believe her. I blame myself for what happened. I will make an official request for an operation. But we are also interested because Adam has been doing this for a long time. The information we've received includes operations from previous years. So we can open a case. The boss shook his head. Yeah, I did not think you were hit by the crooks you are up against yourself. Well, you have my permission to act swiftly to stop the transactions. We will deal with the legalities later. You will give us everything in 48 hours. Good luck. Graham nodded contentedly at his boss, smiled unkindly, twisted, and left the boss's room. From this moment on, Graham was back in control of where his money was and who controlled it. Chapter 26. Ella returned home to Graham's mansion in the middle of the day. But unfortunately, she cannot do anything. She had no energy. The cell phone rang. It was Adam. Ella did not answer, looking at his name on the phone screen with disgust. The woman knew only 2 reasons for his call: to clarify last night or to search for the files. To let you know, clarification, not an apology, Ella had gone with Adam to his apartment. She knew exactly what he wanted from her. He could see it in her eyes. She had openly flirted with him herself yesterday. That he might remember nothing now, Ella hoped he did not help her conversation with him at all. She does not want to hear from or see him. Period. Ella cowardly turned off her cell phone to avoid interfering with her usual activities. If Adam intends to deal with her, he knows where to find her. If he discovered that his secret keys to bank accounts were missing, he would know immediately who had stolen his files. Ella would be first on his list of suspects. For the money, Adam will do anything. Where was Graham when he came to protect her? Would he leave her waiting for an enraged Adam? Ella walked around the house, and these thoughts haunted her. Finally, to relax, she went into the garden and did something physical, weeding the flower beds. The gardener usually did that, but now Ella took a small pitchfork, a trowel, and garden shears, put on gloves and an apron, and went into the garden. Busy pruning rose stems fascinated Ella, and she did not notice the hour had passed. The woman got up from her knees, leaned on her arm, and suddenly something came crashing down, knocking her off her knees and pinning her to the ground. Her arms twisted, so that she could do nothing to push herself off the ground. The man who piled on top of her was strong and furious. His labored breathing betrayed rage and excitement. It was Adam. Ella pleaded. Let me go. I cannot breathe like this. What do you want? Adam turned her to face him, keeping her hands pressed against her body, and shook her. You are still asking? You bitch. Where is my money? Ella realized with horror and relief that he knew everything, and that she had stolen his information. Now, he had no intention of listening. Ella closed her eyes in exhaustion and stopped resisting. The man put his hand over her mouth and dragged her into the house. Feeling him tormenting her body. The woman was about to lose consciousness when suddenly she felt Adam leave her alone. Suddenly, there was the sound of a struggle and objects flying sideways next to her. The young woman lifted herself onto the couch and saw two men rolling around on the carpet, clutching each other with a deadly grip. She realized one was Adam, but the other, who was it? Suddenly, tears of relief sprang from her eyes. Graham came to rescue her. Graham was beating Adam. Adam had never expected the attack. Now he could not come to his senses from the surprise. Graham took it all out on him. His hatred for appropriating his property, Ella, and his money. All of it was his property, which he had mismanaged so severely lately. He would leave nothing of his own unattended anymore. His manly games had brought him misery and damage. Yes, this is life. Yes, Graham has been missing this adrenaline rush lately. Now, it all came out in a fight with Adam. Dragging Adam, who was no longer resisting. Finally, by the collar of his shirt to the exit of the villa, Graham kicked open the unlocked door and threw Adam out of the house. He stumbled, looking back at Graham, and cursing foully walked down the walkway from the mansion. Graham kneeled in front of her. "My love, are you all right? Tell me, what can I do to help you?" He sat beside her and pressed her against his chest, her heart pounding like a bell. His breath touched Ella's face. The woman lifted her head and finally looked more consciously at Graham. Ella gently withdrew his hands, slowly rose from the sofa, and staggering a little, stepped back into the corner of the hall, looking at her husband like a cornered cat, fur on fire, ready to run away and attack. Graham got up and walked toward Ella, but she moved away from him again. Finally, the man realized that this was no time for tenderness, so he stopped and asked, "How can I help you, Ella?" The young woman responded by looking at him. "That is it. I am done. You have done it. You have everything you need, your money back, and you have beaten Adam. I must deal with what I have left after this whole circus." Graham countered in a conciliatory tone. No, I need you more than money. I am here with you, and things will get better soon." Ella was still looking at him, as if re-examining him. "You do not understand. I do not want to be with you anymore. I am a perfectly ordinary person. But your games are too dangerous for an ordinary person. I do not want to be your subordinate, whom you will ask what you did in a day. I want to be a normal wife, a woman, not your proxy. Let me go. I ask for a divorce." Graham stared at Ella, frozen with surprise. He thought he had recovered everything in his life only a second ago, but it turned out that he was losing Ella by getting his fortune back. Graham saw he could not change his wife's mind now to whisper things. The more time passed since then, the more determined she would be to hold on to her decision to leave him. Graham did not even think about what she had just experienced. He had sorted it all out, thrown Adam away, who crawled out like a beaten dog. Graham is with Ella now, and the money will soon be with him. That mansion is his again. He has restored everything. What more could she want? Graham thought Ella was still deciding whether to talk constructively right now. Her emotions outweighed her reasoning. Graham thought, looking at his wife. Well, it is hard to talk to women after all. Still standing in the middle of the room, Graham stuck his hands in his pants pockets, rocked from heel to toe, as was his habit, sighed heavily and nodded. "Okay. Let us talk about all this tomorrow. Tonight, we need to come to our senses." Ella shook her head. No. I am asking for your consent to divorce, today. I am leaving here. I cannot stay here any longer. I hope you understand me. If not, then we will talk through divorce lawyers." Graham flared up. "What? Through lawyers? Where do you get the money for that?" "Oh, sure, you are counting on getting a piece of my fortune. Perhaps that was your plan with Adam." Ella looked at Graham with her eyes wide open and slowly, quietly answered, "You are just obsessed with your money. I do not need it. I refuse to have anything to do with you. You are a monster yourself. No worse than Adam." Saying this, Ella backed further and further away from Graham, who stood in the center of the hall, looking at her in confusion. Finally, the woman touched the front door with her back, unlocked it, and stepped outside. Graham, finally recovering from her words, rushed after her. She was already leaving the garage in his car. Ella had nothing of her own, which looked like stealing a car. However, Graham did not even think about it. He only now realized that she was leaving him for good. That this car was nothing compared to the fact that he was losing Ella. Graham finally realized that in the state Ella was in now, she was capable of foolish things, such as this decision to divorce him or steal his car. Looking at the road where his car rushed away from him and drove by Ella, he thought, "Well, tomorrow, Ella would come to her senses, and I would make it up with flowers and dinner at an expensive restaurant. I know it works for women. Now I must let her go. See you tomorrow, Ella." Graham remained standing on the path outside his mansion. He now had everything he needed again. Ella would return to him, but tomorrow. Chapter 27. The car pulled up in front of the house where Ella's apartment was. Ella went back to her place, to her everyday life. Life before Graham. From now on, her life would go how she wanted it to. All she has to do is get over him. He did not hesitate a second longer. He kneeled and kissed Ella's eyes tenderly, cheeks and neck, where a vein of excitement beat. He captured her lips. When Graham did, he first ensured Ella's eyes were already closed. The sensual pleasure had taken full possession of her. The following day, when she opened the door to throw out the trash, the young woman saw Graham sitting on the floor outside her door. At her sight, the man brightened, jumped up, and handed her a bouquet of simple wildflowers. How did he find them? Ella thought. Other thoughts raced through her mind too. I do not want to see him again. I cannot kick him out now. He has been sitting here for a long time. How did he get in here? Well, it does not matter now. I ought to invite him in, after all. He is my husband. What would the neighbors think if they saw him, a millionaire, sitting on the floor in their entryway? Ella thought of everything except that she would not have to let this man back into her life. Then, finally, Graham made his way into her apartment. So that is how you live now, he exclaimed. Nothing has changed since we have been here, and I brought you flowers the same way. I hope you will not whip me with this bouquet, as you did when you got mad at me for playing with you. Ella stared at him in amazement. How could he still remember that? So, she had hurt him badly then. However, he was not an inexperienced girl anymore, and she could deal with her feelings for him. The young woman gestured for Graham to sit down and made him coffee. The aroma of the drink filled her small apartment. Graham sat at a small table, too big a man for this small apartment, and watched with interest as the coffee was served to him. Ella acted as if nothing had happened between them yesterday. Great, he will get on with his life without these problems with his wife. Finally, she understood and calmed down. Graham drank his coffee, and Ella sat beside him, looking at him calmly. Everything was going so well, just as she had dreamed. She had a comfortable home, a loving husband beside her, and she was the mistress of the house. Ella did not feel that way at Graham's mansion. She had lived there temporarily as the steward. That vast house did not make her feel like she was its rightful owner. A tenant, yes, but not a property owner. Graham broke the silence. Shall we go to lunch? I made a reservation. You will love it. Ella, still in her thoughts about her life, nodded silently. She still wanted to be with him, with her husband. No matter what, Graham attracted her, just as he had before. She would be with him, once more their last time. Ella asks, "Do you still want to explain why you left me the morning after our wedding?" Graham was embarrassed, which was unusual for him, and shook his head. "I am so sorry to you. I was busy with my life, and did not realize how much trouble that decision to go ahead with that project caused you." "What kind of project? What are you working on?" Graham looked gently at Ella, and without lowering his eyes, said, "I cannot tell you anything except that I work for the government now. As strange as it sounds, in my condition. You are right, I got too involved in my life, and figured you would be okay with my absence if I left you all my possessions, as a sign of trust." Ella looked at him in surprise. "I thought you just chose a different life, more interesting than with me. That is how I see it now. I am sorry." Graham lowered his head. "You may be right. That is all behind us. Can you still forgive me, now that we are talking like this, alone and in your house? I love you so much, Ella." With those words, Graham took Ella's hand. The warmth of his palm spread over Ella's hand. Her heart beat harder, and her cheeks blushed. Yet Graham saw that the magic between them was still there. It had not disappeared, or maybe it had only grown more robust from the ordeal, the attraction they had for each other, their love. Chapter 28. Graham continued to caress and kiss Ella. She gave herself to his caresses, as if it were her last encounter with her lover. Something in the woman told her that these caresses were dangerous. Still, she knew it would come to this from the second she let Graham into her apartment. Because she also wanted to feel his hands, lips and caresses one last time. Not to give herself to Graham, Ella could not help it. She was released by a wave of feelings stronger than her thoughts when his fingers touched her skin. Graham gently laid Ella on the couch and undressed her, kissing every part of her body he discovered. His kisses went lower and lower. Finally, Ella felt a sudden rush of ecstasy. Graham realized she was not ready to respond to his skillful caresses, and that the sensations were too intense for her. That stirred his passion even more. Graham was her first and only man. He was and still is. What stopped Ella was not only that these feelings were too strong for her. She was suddenly horrified to realize that her husband may know about Adam's attempts to have Ella all to himself. In addition, Graham did not know that she had risked getting into bed with his faux friend Adam to get the information Graham wanted. Ella thought, "If Graham had to know what Adam wanted to do to me, my husband certainly would not have touched me again. Hopefully, Graham knows none of this." Ella pulled away from Graham. "Well, honey, what is the matter? Are you afraid of me?" Ella, still resting both hands on his heavily heaving chest, responded just as stiffly. No, I am not afraid of you. However, I have one thing to confess to you." Graham was still looking at her tenderly and passionately. "So talk. See, I am waiting. Please speak." Ella looked at him in amazement. Ella finally decided. "Graham, me and Adam. He has tried to get me before." Graham pulled away from her, and his gaze became like a steel blade. "What? Adam? He does not have enough money. How did this happen? When?" Ella talked incoherently about the incident at the nightclub. Graham looked at his wife, as if he had been stabbed in the heart. He did not feel sorry for her. Nothing, according to her, had happened. How dare Adam touch his wife? How dare he? Graham's feelings were at a breaking point. He stood up and paced the room. Suddenly, he returned to the couch, where a distraught Ella sat. "Are you okay?" Graham could not call things by their proper names. Ella shook her head. No, nothing happened. I could get away. Graham's eyes seemed to dart with lightning. You got out? So he was already trying to take you by force then? He shrieked, jumping up on both feet. He pounded his fist into the table, which quacked and fell to pieces. Ella saw her husband for the first time, in a rage of which she was the cause. Ella whispered. Graham, calm down. Nothing happened. I just wanted to tell you about myself. I cannot, if I do not. Graham still could not calm down. When he approached Ella, she cringed with fear that he would hit her, so fierce was his gaze. The young woman looked up at Graham and said, I am sorry for you. After I saw you, I did not say it right away. I was ashamed. I am so sorry. Graham held his hands to her. Ella almost recoiled, but pulled herself together, straightened, and lifted her head proudly. He will not hit her. If he considered switching her, she would not sacrifice it. However, the man just hugged her impetuously. Chapter 29. The next day, Ella wanted to dance with happiness. She got up before Graham made coffee, and ran to the nearest cafe for croissants and marmalade. The young woman thought this was her real family life. This was what she expected from her marriage to Graham. He was home, and he was not going anywhere now. If he did, he would be back. The young woman returned to her door, and saw flowers in a vase on the table in her room. So Graham had also bothered to make her feel good. Ella, almost dancing, entered the room and saw Graham, who was frowning at her. Almost menacingly.
Honey, is something wrong?
The man replied. Yes, it happened. And seeing her incomprehensible look, he continued. Adam sent you a flower. Ella stared at Graham in amazement. Adam. Why? Graham is the same way. Yes, why? Ella walked over to the table with the bouquet, and saw the note. To dear Ella from Adam with love. Ella backed away from the table, and looked at Graham in confusion. It is. I do not understand. He is just trying to set me up. Nothing happened between us. I told you everything. The woman looked at her husband in despair. Graham sighed heavily and said, Now I am not so sure about that. No normal man would send flowers with a declaration of love to a woman who rejected him and chose someone else over him, only his husband. Ella was still at a loss, looking at Graham and Adam's notes alternately. I have nothing with him. Adam and I did not, and have nothing. Graham stood up, walked to the window, and silenced. I need to think about my relationship with you. This is all getting strange. Adam gets your signature, steals my money, and I showed him where he belongs yesterday. He sends you flowers with a declaration of love. She shuddered, as if the woman had been doused with cold water. A sobbing sigh escaped her lips, but she held back from crying. So that is how Graham sees her, as someone who can deceive him. So why does he not believe her? Why? Ella stepped back from the table, turned away from Graham, and clasped her arms around herself nervously, clutching at the pain of heartache. He did not believe her. Just yesterday, they loved each other so much with such passion. Today, Graham looked at her with the cold stare of a calculating business executive. Graham sighed heavily, turned to Ella, and said in a steady voice, I think I might take you up on your offer to divorce, despite the risk of giving you part of my fortune. First, it would be better for us to be apart for a while. So much has happened lately. We must sort out our thoughts. It will be better for you and me. It was like a stone slab piled on Ella's heart. Her breathing became labored, and her eyes darkened. Then, with an effort of will, the young woman straightened her back, raised her head proudly, and said, All right. Let it be as you wish. Now go away. I also want to be alone. Graham took his cell phone and left the apartment without looking at her. Ella collapsed onto the couch without strength. She could not hold back her tears any longer at the sight of the crumpled bedspreads on it, and burst into tears. Graham walked down the street, away from Ella's house. He was in a gloomy mood. Graham thought they would be apart for a while. She would have been through so much already. But it would soon become apparent if she and Adam were having something. Then Graham would make a final decision about his relationship with Ella. Graham's thoughts gradually shifted to his project, and his irritation over Ella slowly dissolved. A new day, new challenges. Heartache is best numbed by diligent work. Chapter 30. The next day, Graham came to the office of his project and saw a large envelope on his desk. His heart suddenly ached with foreboding. He knew well how law firms handled their filings. He was not expecting anything like this in his business dealings. Then what was it? The man tore with determination the ribbon that sealed the envelope. A stack of papers poured out on the table, bearing the monogram of a specific law firm. Graham took the first sheet and read it. Notice of intent to proceed with divorce. The leaf fell out of his hand. What do you think about divorce? He suggested that Ella be apart for a while first. She was exaggerating, just like all women. We need to talk to her as soon as possible. They have no agreement on the property division in case of a divorce. She could claim part of his fortune. What if Adam planned to get Ella and some of Graham's money? Graham pounded his fist on the table. He had been suffering from a lot of emotion lately, impeding his work. That is right, you tie your life to a woman, and now you are in agony. Graham picked up the piece of paper again, and read on. All he could see now was that he was to be divorced in due course by his wife, Mrs. Ella Anderson, and the renunciation of her share of the property. In addition, she would return to him all his valuable gifts, including those he had given her before the wedding. Graham stood there, still unable to come to his senses with indignation and regret. How could she have so misunderstood him? He just wanted to sort out his feelings, cool down, and think for a while, and she had already decided. So this Adam must have been messing with her head. Then why was she giving up everything? She could have been a millionaire. Graham could not understand Ella's logic. He could not understand what was now clear to Ella herself. She no longer intended to sit and wait for the men to dance their war dances and fight each other. She needed to live, here and now. She needs a normal relationship, not the fate of a spouse who perpetually depends on her husband and forever waits for him. Yes, waiting for her husband to come home is the fate of many wives, such as military men and sailors. However, she did not choose that for her life. She wanted her beloved husband to be with her, to spend as much time together as possible. It turned out to be the opposite. Divorce was her choice to make free decisions in her life. And the money, let him enjoy it without her. His money only brought Ella problems. Graham did not know this, and could not understand if he did. Graham threw the sheets on the table. He picked up his cell phone and started calling Ella. Her number still needs to be answered. There was no ban on his contact, and it occurred to Graham that she was still home. After getting his consent, he rushed to his boss and ran out of the room. He was accompanied by the astonished looks of his project associates. No one had ever seen Graham so excited, even when he seemed to have lost all his money. Graham flew downtown, where Ella rented her small apartment. He jumped out of the car and rushed to Ella's door, which was open. He ran to her floor and saw some woman vacuuming Ella's apartment. Graham, breathing heavily, knocked loudly on the open door. The woman turned around. It was a housekeeper from some company. Graham felt a chill crawl up his chest. Good afternoon. Where is Ella? The woman stared at him in surprise. Ella, Mrs. Anderson, is the young woman who lives here. Where is she? The housekeeper stopped, turned off the vacuum cleaner, and said, Oh, the one who lived here. Lived? Graham froze. What do you mean by lived? She was here yesterday. Living, you mean living, said he, looking at the woman. She grinned. No, exactly lived. She moved out of here this morning. This young pretty woman told me to take her to a storage unit for 6 months, and she left. We will do everything for her contractually. And where did she gone? Why? I am her husband. Please tell me everything you know. Graham continued, staring insistently at the woman and desperately hoping to hear that this was all someone else's joke. The janitor had already reluctantly quit. You, young man, do not worry. She is fine. Except for the crying eyes, everything else is fine. You must have had a big fight. Perhaps I am not at liberty to judge, but you have a lovely wife. If you have hurt her, people like Ella do not forgive easily. How hard it must have been to get such a nice woman like her to disappear. You are such an attractive and personable man. Of course. The woman smiled and continued cleaning by turning on the vacuum cleaner. Graham stood in the room momentarily and then slowly turned to leave. Suddenly, the woman shouted after him. Your wife said she was going to another city, something like Montreux. I think. Graham was aroused. Montreux. It is in Europe. Thank you. Graham knew he would find his woman and explain how wrong he had been about himself, not her. He will find her. He exited the apartment into the entryway and raced down the stairs. Graham ran down the stairs to the street. He caught the first available taxi and rushed to the airport. All the time in Graham's head were thoughts about Ella. I would see her, he would stop her in time. I will tell her how wrong my intentions were. I need her now even more than before. Well, Ella dared not run from him. Graham was the hunter, and his woman was the young deer, but the hunter depended on her. He needed her. As he made his way through the streets of the metropolis to the highway to the airport, Graham asked his assistant on his smartphone to find out what flights were available today to Europe. To Graham's relief, only one suitable flight was left. Graham thought, I would have time to find Ella at the airport and convince her to stay and think. I needed her so badly. When Graham arrived at the airport, he dashed into the parking lot, abandoned his car, and ran into the airport building to the vast flight board. He stopped in front of the scoreboard. The man looked hopefully at the scoreboard, line by line, at the information about the departures. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and shuddered. Her flight had left 5 minutes ago. He was late. Shish tea. Graham rushed to the information desk and asked if his wife was on that plane. Eventually, he was told that Ella had left on that flight. That he would find nothing suitable to follow her today. That was it. The day was over. Graham lowered his head. Then, twirling his passport and cell phone, he strolled away from the airport information desk. That same evening, the plane with Ella on board landed at London Airport. The aircraft was already rolling down the runway, and the young woman was still sitting, looking straight ahead. She did not want to get off the plane, but her expectation that Graham was looking for her still existed. Now, she was being escorted off the plane. Still, it was necessary to get off. The young woman, taking her light suitcase off the overhead shelf, walked toward the exit. She walks down the long corridors to the transit terminal for her transfer. Soon, she would continue her journey to Switzerland. Why did she choose Switzerland? Probably because it was possible to get an entry visa there so quickly with a travel agency's help. Ella had never been there before. And also because Graham would never have guessed where she had gone. Walking down the long lanes of the airport, Ella was still looking around. What if Graham was looking for me? What if I saw him now? She continued thinking about Graham. Over there, someone who looked like him is walking toward me. But no, it is just some other man. With some relief, Ella saw how some woman rushed to this man. Probably, they met when they were changing planes. What a lucky couple. They do not have the stories behind them that me and Graham have. Ella's hope of seeing Graham again grew weaker and weaker. Now she doubted. Why would he look for me at all? I had abandoned him. What a foolish decision. I had given up on everything. Well, Ella could not have it any other way. After fiddling with Graham's assets, the young woman realizes that money brings goods, conveniences, and problems. Well, a lot of cash suddenly dropped into your pocket may destroy former relationships with family and friends. She thought. A circle of emptiness can form around you, at the edge of which there are only those interested in the size of your purse, but not you as a person. I had seen it all before while she was handling Graham's business. He was playing his man's games. And my love for him was the stake of that game for him. With these thoughts in mind, Ella was no longer walking, gazing hopefully at each tall man, but dragging her suitcase and occasionally checking the signs leading her to another airline plane bound for Europe. The flight to Zurich went well. When the snow-capped mountain peaks shone beneath the plane's wings, Ella viewed them as if in a state of meditation. Leaning back in her seat, Ella looked down through half-closed eyelids at the mountaintops still covered in snow. The picture below mesmerized and distracted her from her thoughts of her ruined life. Things were gradually calming down in her soul. Was she just tired of suffering? The plane landed normally. Ella got off the plane, went through many controls, and realized that she had to take a cab to the train station, which she did. Zurich seemed so cozy and filled with flowers. Garlands of colorful flowers hung from every balcony. The careful tending of flowers of all kinds on patios and in neat beds by the houses compensated for the lack of land in the city. Everything around seemed exaggeratedly clean and well-groomed. However, for the locals, it was just a way of life. Ella took a cab to the hotel closest to the airport. After getting the keys to her room, she took a shower and immediately fell asleep. She went out for breakfast that morning, some of which was served American style at this chain international hotel for tourists. However, Ella chose foods that looked like the locals' choices. She took everything unfamiliar with, and was incredibly pleased with the food. After breakfast, she gathered her things and, checking out of the hotel, took a cab to the Zurich train station. Ella found a board with a train schedule at the train station, bought a one-way train ticket, and went to look for the platform from which her train departed for Montreux, where the young woman had booked a hotel in advance. On the internet, she chose a lovely old hotel located right in the mountains, in the Montreux area. Traveling by train was convenient, especially with the flights across the Atlantic. However, Ella still did not want to sleep. She was afraid to relax, fall asleep, and sleep through her station. The trip was comfortable. There were luxury cars for everyone. Green valleys and snowy peaks flashed outside the train window. Ginger cows with giant bells grazed on the emerald green, gentle slopes. Everything around her was unique and utterly different from her home metropolis. The train arrived at Montreux railway station. Ella exited the train, looked around, and retook the first cab. Her hotel was on the side of a mountain in the Glen district, where, as she had been explained at the train station, she would not have been able to go on foot with her suitcase. The cab climbed the steep slope path so briskly that Ella felt dizzy. The ride lasted only 5 minutes, but it seemed like an eternity to Ella. There was so much to see, and it was so beautiful. Mansions occupied the entire neighborhood hillside, with signs announcing bed and breakfast services. The locals, many of whom were tending their gardens that day, were probably so used to the surrounding beauty, they did not have to stare endlessly at the smooth blue lake that opened beneath the neighborhood. The lake shone with the azure purity of the water. White yachts glided across it, many of them like the ones you see in Billionaire movies or a little smaller. It was a lake, not an ocean. Ella's head spun when the cab pulled into a small courtyard surrounded by tall green bushes and trees. Everything imaginable was in bloom, and seemed to be an eternal spring. Ella paid, and got out of the car. The driver bowed, got out, turned to her, and handed her a small suitcase. Then he got into the car and drove carefully out of the yard. The hotel building was much older than a century old. Ella had never seen a hotel with such antique carved doors, and whose owner came out to meet his guests. From the hotel entrance, an older man, who looked fine, but was already dressed in the style of a member of some elite yacht club, came out to meet Ella. It seemed to Ella. The man was as tanned as a yachtsman. He introduced himself to her in beautiful English, with a slight accent, inviting the young woman to enter the hotel lobby. The porter picked up her suitcase at the entrance and gestured for her to follow him. Ella went to the desk, and the young porter checked her in. Ella looked around. Everything around this hotel breathed of antiquity, the beautiful antiquity of a resort, like Montreux. The hotel lobby was filled with antique and original expensive figurines, paintings, and silver or Melchior tableware. In cabinets with glass doors without locks, crystal goblets gleamed in rows, and plates were displayed, each of which clearly could have been a museum piece. The abundance of antiques did not give the feeling of excess. Everything was organic. The antiques did not look like a museum or an antique shop. It was all in use before and in this very house. All of it could still serve as a guest. Ella walked to her room. The natural wood floors creaked slightly under her footsteps. The woman opened the window and saw the azure lake below the mountain where her hotel was supposed to be, and the pool in front of a large terrace covered by a canvas sunshade. Blooming magnolias surrounded the pool. The unusually sensual scent of their flowers floated in the mountainside's air, and wafted directly into Ella's room. All around breathed cleanliness, tranquility, and comfort. The young woman let go of the porter, who brought her suitcase into the room, giving him a small cash reward, and lay on the bed. Ella needed to sleep right away. There was no more energy. She had missed lunchtime, and dinner was still a long way off. Sleep came quickly. The fatigue of the last few days of worry and travel had taken its toll. In the evening, Ella woke up to find that the southern darkness had already descended outside the window. The smell of magnolias and the mysterious musical whistling of nightbirds drove the young woman crazy. Everything around her seemed to breathe sensuality. Only Ella has nothing to give herself to these sensations. She has nothing without Graham. The woman got up and realized she would have to change her clothes. The room had no air conditioning, and the evening sun heated the air so much that it did not move. Ella decided she had to swim in the pool before dinner. She took off her clothes for the trip, put on a simple black two-piece bathing suit, grabbed a big towel from the shower room, put a vast hotel terry robe on top, and went downstairs. The guests sat far away on the hotel veranda, and no one was by the pool anymore. Ella could hear voices upstairs, and she thought it was just old couples having dinner. It was so quiet. The woman gingerly felt the water with her foot, and realized that the water was like steaming milk. Satisfied, she removed her robe, put on a bathing cap she had found in the shower room, and slowly stepped into the water. It seemed like a pleasure to swim alone under a blanket of black velvet sky, where diamonds of stars glittered. Ella glided through the water like a mermaid, feeling every movement of the water as she did. Soon, she noticed the moon had risen, and the light of the stars had faded a little. They were still like lights, dotted in specific patterns of constellations. Ella lay back and relaxed her arms and legs. She rocked slightly on the water, like in a cradle. There was silence all around, and only the songs of the cicadas and night birds still sounded in the night. Suddenly, there was a slight splash away from Ella. The young woman quickly rolled over in the water from her back to her chest to see what was there, and suddenly, some muscular man dived right in front of her. Ella almost cried out, but he quickly clamped one hand over her mouth and put his finger to his lips with the other.
Hush, it is me.
Ella found herself face to face with Graham. His coiffed hair glistened in the moonlight. Streams of water ran down his powerful shoulders. He was like Poseidon. Why did Ella never ask him if he could swim? He was right beside her, and so beautiful in the water. Graham put one arm around her waist, hesitating to get any closer. But he kept himself and her afloat, helping himself with his legs. Graham did not know what she wanted now, to run away from him or to stay. He looked for an answer in her eyes. However, the woman was in a trance. Ella stared straight into Graham's eyes. She was silent, as if searching for an answer to an unspoken question. Graham seemed to go mad with a passion for her, but was still hesitant to do anything to scare her away. The young woman's heart pounded like a bird caught in a net. Graham seemed still calm. He held Ella in his arms, not hugging her, just holding her close. He admired only her, but also in his eyes Ella saw the mute question, like, "Do you accept me?" Ella timidly touched her hand to his cheek, where water droplets glistened under the lantern's light. Graham closed his eyes and pressed his cheek against her palm like a dog who had waited long for his mistress to caress him. Yes, she was his mistress, he had come to her. Graham came to her and he found her.
He needs her.
She had been happy all the past few months, but she seemed so insignificant now that Graham was by her side. She did not, forcibly, become an independent woman. She still needs him. Without Graham, Ella felt an emptiness in her life. Independence from a man seemed wrong to her. The mere presence of a man she loved gave her vitality. Ella realized how much she had missed him, even though only a few days had passed since their last meeting. She needed him. How he had not understood that until now. Yes, she was strong, but she was like a vessel without life-giving water without Graham. He had not realized it when he had left her to deal with his affairs alone. He thought she was strong. Yes, she is strong, but she needs him like air. She must look into his eyes, feel his strong arms and see his smile. The lovers circled in the water. Finally, Ella touched her lips to his. It was as if their bodies had merged into one, and there were circles in the water from the dance of the two lovers. The moon looked down with a smile upon this eternal dance of life and love. The stars were decorating the sky with diamonds. What more could people want? The two of them were finally happy and they needed nothing else right now. Nothing else now. For good. The moon smiled thoughtfully, knowing all the answers ahead of time. And people did not care what lay ahead. So let the moon be silent. They were happy now. Happy. The end. Series to be continued. Thank you so much for your attention and participation. The next book in the series is The Return Game, a Billionaire Boss Romance.